Welcome to Maker Academy Weekend 2022. It's wonderful to see you all here. Please say hello in the chat if you haven't already and let me know where you're watching from. I'm also super excited to announce that we now have over 100,000 crafters and makers signed up for this year's Maker Academy Weekend. Thank you all for sharing it with your friends. I'm delighted that there are so many of us ready to learn and make beautiful things this year. So we're starting our day a little early so I can give you some morning motivation and announce our morning giveaway winners and answer any questions if we have some extra time. We have a lot of awesome workshops coming up today, lots and lots of projects. So here is our schedule for the day. Don't forget that you can download the guide from over at this link right here. makeracademy.com/weekend files will give you the link to the guide. I saw a few of you commenting in chat this morning that you weren't sure how to get this. This guide has our schedule. I'm going to go over it again too, but also on the last page of it, there is a just for fun bingo page. So if you would like to play bingo with us while we're doing our workshops, feel free to. It's just for fun. By the way, one thing I want to note, we've never done this before, so I have no idea if it'll be fun or weird or whatever, but like I have quotes around words. Let me switch my camera, in fact, so that you can see. I have these quotes around the words, like, you know, things I often say. If I don't say them exactly that way, like if I say I love this glue because I love this particular glue, or this glue is my favorite, that's close enough to my favorite glue. Just so you all know, it's not, I know, I'm not checking anyone's answers. So you can get that guide over at this link that you see right here on the screen, makeracademy.com/weekend-files. Okay, so our schedule for the day, which is, of course, in here on, I don't know what page it is, I'm going to find it. Page 13 is our schedule, if you don't have that yet. So our first thing today, at 10 a.m., we're doing 3D layered paper angels, which I have out already. At 11, we're doing DIY gift boxes. At noon, we have Cricut Foil Home Decor. At 1 p.m., we have our lunch and learn on finding joy through crafting with the amazing Lia Griffith, plus more prizes. At 2 p.m., we're doing our engraved acrylic night lights. At 3 p.m., we have our etched glass ornaments. And at 4 p.m., our custom picture frame word searches. And then after our workshops are over, we'll cap off the day with some evening encouragement and more giveaway winners, because I love to give away prizes. Now remember, you need to only enter our giveaway once, and we will check to make sure that you have either the free ticket or a VIP pass to the event. You can enter our giveaway by going over to makeracademy.com/weekend links. This link you see here on the screen, and then click on that yellow enter giveaway button. Now, replays of the events will be available for free for 24 hours for all of our free ticket holders, and they're available for lifetime for our 2022 VIP pass holders. Remember, you can upgrade to a 2022 VIP pass at any time over at makeracademy.com/VIP. Now, I want to offer just a little encouragement for the day. You're going to see a lot of projects, and at times it may seem like one is even better than the next. And you might feel like, you know, it's overwhelming and you're not sure about where to start or which one to do. And I know I can feel this way when there's just so much going on, no matter how fun and exciting it can be, so I feel you. So I thought it would be good to talk about how to get started doing something and avoid stalling out. So first, everyone should know that this feeling of finding it hard to get started on something is really, really super normal and common. We are not machines with on and off buttons that work on command. Instead, we are busy people who need to set priorities. And sometimes that means things get pushed down that to-do list, right? And the more times we delay them, the harder it can be to get started. This is what I find, at least. I'm going to call it like I see it. This is procrastination, plain and simple. Or sometimes it's not so much that we're too busy, but that we're too afraid. We're worried that we might fail. We're worried about making mistakes. Does that sound familiar? I think more often than not, however, we're just overwhelmed by everything that we need to do to get started in the first place. There's so many details, so many things to do. And we can turn the whole thing into a towering mountain that seems nearly impossible to climb. It feels too big to tackle. It feels insurmountable. Does any of this seem familiar? If so, let me know in the chat if this feels like you. You really aren't alone, and I come up against this all the time too. I know there are some of you out there with machines and printers still in the box. I know there are some of you who have bought all of the supplies, but they're still sitting in a drawer or a bin. And I know there are still more who want to make things, but just have no idea where to begin. If this describes you, raise your hand right now, and I want everyone here to see how you are not alone. I want everyone to stop feeling any shame or guilt about this. So I'm gonna see, I can see right, Jay says hers is still in the box. George says I nailed it. Jennifer says that's me. Kathy says, yes, I'm so scared. Yes, yes, yes. This is really, really normal. All of us feel these things, okay? So just embrace it, accept it, acknowledge it, like see it for what it is, right? I absolutely do all of these things myself for a variety of things, right? I understand that you might see me here and think, oh, Jennifer's got it all going on, but what you don't see is anything that's behind the scenes that's harder, right? So you don't know my struggles, all my failures, and there's many. So this is normal, okay? So everybody, we're all in this together. And thank you for being honest with me and sharing in the chat and with each other. I really appreciate that. So obviously I've managed to get some stuff done. So I have 3 powerful techniques that I have to begin the hard stuff that I've been putting off. And I think at least one of these will work for you too. So listen and see if you can apply one. The first technique is to delay a reward until you begin the hard thing. I do this pretty much all the time, pretty much every day. This technique helps when I feel too busy because it forces me to move things up my priority list. Because in the end, it's all about our priorities now, isn't it? Right? So for example, let's say you have a project to finish up for a gift for someone and your week is just crazy busy, insane, nuts, and you just don't know how you're going to fit it in. I have felt this way this week. I could just attempt to rearrange all my priorities, but when I'm pulled in different directions, it's really, really difficult. So instead, I turn something I really want into a reward, only given if I get something else done. This thing you delay can be something as simple as another cup of coffee. I do this one every day, to something bigger like being able to relax with a movie or a game at the end of the day. I also do this one. I love to play video games. And don't laugh, but I also do this with your photos. I love to look at the photos that you upload of finished projects, especially the projects made from our designs, obviously. It fills my heart with happiness to know that I am helping and inspiring people out in the world. I know it sounds a little corny, but it's totally true. So I use this as a reward for harder and less glamorous work that needs to be done. If I don't get to look at photos for a while because I haven't finished other work, I will eventually move that project that I'm putting off up my priority list and find a way to fit it in so I get my reward. I know it sounds funny, but it is 100% true. Those of you who have been following me for a while know I look at your photos and it's a big deal. Now, the second technique is to identify something bigger than whatever it is that's scaring you. This can light a fire under you when nothing else can. Here is an example. I have a lot of followers, and I can get a little gun shy about showing them a project that I have made. Seriously, I'm really very shy, and it is so much easier to just make pretty things for myself and not risk any criticism. However, I know that being comfortable all the time is not the way forward. So when I feel afraid to show that photo to so many people, and we have more than 1 million email subscribers, so almost 1.5 now, I search for something that's bigger than the fear. And that, for me, that's inspiring others to make beautiful things. It's bigger than my fear. So seeing you make the things and feel good about them yourself is a truly amazing feeling that trumps that fear I get. And thank yous and kudos from everyone is bigger than my fear. I love it when you are happy. I imagine myself realizing the big thing, and then I can push the fear away and I can do it. Like this video. Last night we had over 5,000 people watching. I know many people also feel failure. What if we mess up and we hate it? It's really common to feel this way. So instead of focusing on the fear and the possible negative outcome, think instead about something bigger, like how amazing it's going to feel knowing you conquered this, made a beautiful angel, made a sale, or helped someone with your gift. If necessary, find a bigger fear that overshadows the original one and gets you moving. Like the fear of not selling your crafts this year, or of not having that gift ready for that special person. I mean, which is scarier, doing the thing or disappointing people? I would do the thing. I don't like to disappoint people. So just think bigger. All right. And the third technique is to begin with baby steps. This works really well when we're feeling overwhelmed by the hugeness of it all, because a baby step breaks it down into smaller and simpler components that we can do. For example, my team and I create very, very detailed video tutorials for most all of our projects these days. These videos are not easy by any stretch. Even now, after making hundreds of them, we still struggle with the immensity and all the details each time. And we worry about making mistakes, about putting mistakes out there into the world. And I care a great deal about teaching you good techniques in a clear and easy to understand manner. It is one of my passions. So when push comes to shove and I must get started, I begin by taking one little baby step, just one little thing that can move me forward. It could be starting the research on a project. That's a little thing. I can sit comfortably at my desk with my coffee and do it there, listen to my music, and it's pleasant and easy. What I usually find is that it was way easier in the end than I was making it out to be in the beginning. And that sense of accomplishment, I feel, at just finally starting can help me make another step and then another. And then before I know it, I have momentum. So let's say you're struggling to create a new project. It just seems really big and huge and like you're not sure you can do it. So instead of just staring at the idea like a deer in the headlights, do a little thing like sit down and brainstorm some ideas for it. Colors, just a list, nothing more. Just tell yourself that you'll take a few minutes and write down whatever comes to mind with no expectations of having to do anything after that. This makes it all seem so much more doable and removes those high expectations that we put on ourselves. But when we do just that little thing, we can gain momentum and find that we are okay with the next baby step and the next and the next. And then we realize that we're walking and then we're running. I do this every day, all the time. Sometimes I even stack these techniques together for really powerful motivation. Take the projects, for example. I can tell myself that if I just go buy the materials I need for the project in the video, that's a baby step. I can stack that with a delayed reward, getting a fun thing for myself while I'm out shopping, probably coffee, but tell myself that I can't have it until I get home, or if I get chocolate, I have no shame. I can't have it until I'm done. I use the bigger technique to start the editing process because the fear of not realizing my goals is bigger than my objections to the hard work. I stack them like this all the time, and it keeps pushing me forward to start the hard and scary stuff because all of this is hard and scary. I want you to pick one of these techniques and try it with something that you've been putting off. Either delay a reward, think bigger, or take a baby step. And if you are not sure which one to do, try the baby step. I do this with my daughter all the time because everything big can be broken down into the tiniest step that you can do. And if you're ready to start a new project, just go to, say, Cricut Design Space, hit New Project, and boom, you've started something. That's a baby step. If you need to get supplies, start with a list of possibilities, just even one thing, and then you have started. If you need to work on assembling several things, put together just one baby step. And when it's done, see if you can take one more and then one more, always knowing you're taking just the one step, and you give yourself permission to stop afterwards if you need to. That permission tends to let you keep going, is what I find. And I think you'll find that the baby steps are enough to help you build momentum before you even realize you're there. So that's my little pep talk on starting. I hope you found that helpful. Those are my personal tips that I use every single day. So hopefully a little nugget there will help you out. Okay, so I'm going to pause for a moment, check for questions, and then we're going to do our giveaways. We have about 15 minutes before we start. All right. Thank you all for your kind comments. I appreciate that. I will use your comments, by the way, this evening. I did this last night too. I do exactly what I say. So I didn't allow myself to go look at any of your comments. My team also will take screenshots of things that are awesome and share. It was my reward. So I had to do all the things like scheduling today's, all the links, all the things that we have to do to make this happen. It was my reward at the end of the day to go look and see what you thought. So, all right, I see a question from Marie. How do you enter the giveaway? You go to this link that you see here on the screen, makeracademy.com/weekend-links, and you will see all the things that are related to Maker Academy Weekend. So the giveaway is there, the downloadables for the files, like this thing, is there. Where to get a free ticket if you haven't gotten one yet, how to get the VIP pass, a bunch of stuff. So basically, this is a great jumping off point. This is also where you can go to get, like if you ever lose this live stream, if you come right back to here, then you'll be able to find us. We actually are broadcasting to many different places, but we have one that's just on a simple page without chat. So for those of you who get distracted by that, you can just watch that, by the way, if you ever have issues. The one with captions is the one that's over on an unlisted YouTube video. So we have lots and lots of options to hopefully everyone. And if, by the way, if you're having any issues with your stream, like it seems like it's starting and stopping, I find that the YouTube version is strongest, and that's also the one with captions. And the link to go right to that is at jennifermaker.com/livestream. That will always take you to the current video that if we're live, we're going to do that. And thank you all for your sweet comments. I truly appreciate it. All right, now I want to few reminders, and yes, don't forget to get this. Also, I want to remind you to watch first and then do later. This is more of a sit back, watch, relax, enjoy, ask questions, not like a craft along or anything like that. Like we're packing this weekend full, because if I literally crafted along with you, we might get like a few projects done and you wouldn't learn as much. So this is definitely sit back and enjoy, hang out with us, have fun, all that kind of thing. Okay. Ready to do some giveaways? Remember, anyone can enter our giveaway. You just got to have that free ticket or VIP pass so that we know that you're here and you're a part of our event. Okay. Ash says, I'm in love with your crafting room. Thank you. All right, let's do some giveaways. And I actually have, let's bring them out so you can see what we're giving away this morning. We're giving away so many prizes. You see? I'm gonna bring this out to the front so you can see it better. Ta-da! All right, so we have an Amazon. In fact, they're all back here and I can get to them. So we have our course bundle. So I teach courses. I'm sure you guys all already know this. So we're giving away a scholarship. Actually, let me put away my links because the links cut off my head. And let's actually remove this top one too. There, just me. Okay. All right, so we're giving away a scholarship for 2 of our courses, Cut Above and Design to Shine. So Design to Shine is all about Cricut, and Cut Above is about creating your own SVG cut files. And we're giving away a VIP pass, which gives you lifetime access to all of the workshops that we're presenting this weekend, plus a bunch of other cool bonuses. And we're giving away a Cricut Explore 3 plus Cricut Easy Press bundle. So Explore 3, the Easy Press 3, and you can see them right here. And then a $50 Amazon gift card. Those are our prizes this morning. We have so many prizes, so we'll be spending lots of time giving away prizes. All right, let me roll this back. This, by the way, is the sew station from Crate Room, if you're curious about that. It's on wheels, and we like to use it because it's so easy to move in and out. All right. Let's get all of our golden envelopes. Okay, let's see. I'm going to switch over to this overhead view. Set that here. All right, let's start with the Amazon gift card. Right here, a little bit. All right, so the winner of our $50 Amazon gift card is Oh wait, I have to play my little video. I have to get in the habit of that. I have a little video for this. See, I got to play it. All right, the winner of our $50 Amazon gift card is Autumn Buckner. Congratulations, Autumn. Check your email. You don't have to be present to win, but you do need to claim your, you need to claim it within 48 hours. So everyone be keeping an eye on your email. You don't have to be here. I'm going to zoom this in a little bit here so I don't have to hold it up. Hang on a second. There we go. You don't have to be present to win. We will email you. We have your email addresses after all because you got a free ticket or a VIP pass, right? So watch your email. Be sure to check your spam and junk folder, of course, too. Just do a search. That's the easiest way to find anything. Just search your inbox. All right. Congratulations, Autumn. Get back to us within 48 hours. All right. Our next prize is the VIP All Access Pass, which gives you lifetime access to all of our workshops this weekend and gives you printable workbooks that have the step-by-step instructions and photos and, you know, all the extra like things, right? Also, you get written transcripts and audio files and a 50% coupon and access to my care card and label library and like a bunch of extra stuff. Oh, and a Facebook group for support. Okay, so the winner of our VIP pass this morning is Terry Durkin. Congratulations, Terry. Watch your email and please respond to us within 48 hours. Yay, awesome. Okay, next one we'll do is the Jennifer Maker Course Bundle Scholarship. So this is a $596 value. This is for cut above, actually let me go back another one. This is for Cricut College Design to Shine at the platinum level. I know several of you have taken this course. It's an awesome course, if I do say so myself. It's really awesome. We have a lot of fun. And then also the next kind of course that comes after that, which is cut above, and that's also at the platinum level, and that's how to design SVG cut files for yourself or to sell. So the winner of our course scholarship is Crystal Graham. Congratulations, Crystal. Watch your email for confirmation of this and then reply back to us within 48 hours, please. Thank you. Yay, Crystal. Okay, and our last one for this morning, we'll have more at lunchtime, is the Cricut Explore 3 plus Cricut Easy Press 3 bundle that I showed you earlier, right? So this is the newest Cricut Explore and the newest Cricut Easy Press. And it is the, I think it's the, yes, it's the 9x9 one, the 9x9 Easy Press. Ready? Let's see who won. All right, Sheila Jennings. Congratulations, Sheila. Check your email and reply back to us within 48 hours. Awesome. So I'll just put all our winners out here again. So Sheila won our Cricut bundle. Crystal won our course scholarship. Now I can bring that back a little bit so we can see more. And Terry won our VIP All Access Pass, and Autumn won our $50 Amazon gift card. Yay, there we go. Awesome. Okay, I see a couple questions here too before we get started. What I'll do is I'll answer some questions and then I'll have a little pause and then we will start our first workshop. So that's coming up pretty quick. All right, so Jody says, will there be a written step-by-step instructions for projects? That is in the VIP pass. We have workbooks, those have the written instructions. So instead of so if you don't have the VIP pass, and I totally get that, not everybody wants that, what I have is a printable notebook for everybody that has all of the sessions listed. You can get that, print it out, and take notes on everything. You also have 24-hour replay access to all the videos, so you can, whatever your favorite workshops are, you can take notes and really get that in there. And don't forget, we also have something on our blog that's got all the supplies, all the projects, Q&A about things, all that sort of thing. So that's also a really excellent resource. Sarah says, how did you become so crafty? Well, I think we're all born creative. I really do. So, and my mother nurtured that at a young age. My mother is an artist, and I have a photo of myself at 4 doing finger painting at the library. And I've always made things throughout my entire life. So I don't remember a time when I wasn't making something. It's just a part of who I am. It's just the way I am. And I'm very grateful to have a mother who encouraged that and nurtured that in me. So that's my best answer for how I'm crafty. I just love to make things. It's fun. Alrighty. So don't forget, you can get this guide if you don't have it at the link that I'm putting on the screen here. Also, actually, this link right here will take you more directly to it. It'll take you to the download page that has this. Everybody can get this, right? This page has our crazy little bingo sheet on it if you want to play. So we'll start doing that. I'll be watching the comments to see if anybody says bingo. I didn't even know if we'll get any bingos. We might not. Like, I don't know if there's no rhyme or reason to it. I just put down the things that I often say, and we'll just see how often I actually say them. That is kind of what I'm doing. It's just for fun. Okay, I'm going to play a little intermission, a little intro. I'll go back to our graphic that has all of our projects so you can see them all again, and then we will begin our first workshop. Hello, everybody. Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make 3D light up angels. I have them here and I would love to show you them. They're so beautiful. So they're seriously, and these light up so they have a battery pack in them. Let me put that in there. So might not be able to see them lit up so well, but maybe you can. So we have a big angel and we have joy-sized angels, like you can cut on the Cricut Joy. Aren't they awesome? I'm getting them all out. Aren't they cute? Let me show you them up close. Here is our big angel. So you can see there's lights in there. I know it's very bright here, so you can't see them, but it's just so pretty. And then, but you can do them in other colors, and you can just make little ornaments. I like how the heart is red on this one. Now, I have always loved angels as decorations. They just make me feel so peaceful, and they always remind me to take a calming breath. And some days, that is a necessary reminder. Also, did you know that Angel is one of my nicknames? It totally is. I use it like on all of my games. So this angel was inspired by my friend Joa's paper angel that she debuted during Holiday Maker Fest 2020. We made our angel in a similar style with Joa's permission. Thank you so much, Joa. Now, my light up angel uses simple materials that creates an elegant result. It can be an awesome tree topper, just something that you sit on a mantle or a table, a night light, or even a gift for someone special in your life. I mean, come on, you know you want to make this. The key to this angel is lining up your layers perfectly to allow different amounts of light to shine through, like a shadow box. I'm going to show you how to line everything up just right and how to attach your lights for a nice soft glow. Now you'll find the complete supply list for this project over at jennifermaker.com/428 right there. But let me show you exactly what you need to make these gorgeous angels. So let me grab the tote with all the supplies from my dream box. Now put these little angels back up here so that you can see them. Let's put one there. Okay, I have everything in, all the supplies for our workshop are in the dream box. You know, some like big tools and stuff don't fit, but you can fit so much in here. All right, so we'll go through everything together. You can ask questions, of course. So let's get some things out here. All right, so first of all, and I'll hide this. We don't need to see the link anymore. There we go. Okay, so first, paper. A good quality cardstock is so very important. For the angel's main pieces, I used white 65-pound cardstock in white. And it's really sturdy, but it also lets the light shine through nicely. So 65-pound is what you want. For the halo, I used gold glitter cardstock, but you can use different colors to fit your decor, of course. I know it looks beautiful in silver too. And then some matching ribbon would come in really handy if you want to hang it up. I did a lot of experimenting to find the best cut setting, so I'll also show you how to get awesome results on this. Okay, now next is adhesives. Let's set these over here. By the way, if you don't have a cutting machine, you can all of our, I don't know if everyone knows this, but every single pattern file that we offer has a PDF. So you don't have to have a fancy cutting machine to ever make our projects. Typically, I guess there's a couple that definitely use the tools, but we have PDF patterns. Okay. All right, so adhesives. So for adhesives, we're going to use Zots, and we're going to use micro pops, which are these, and we're going to use my favorite glue, Barely Art. I'm going to show you where to find or use each of these because they're used in different ways in this tutorial, and how to attach the fairy lights. I have them there right here. Right here, fairy lights. So this nice simple project. You don't have to use the fairy lights, of course. All right, so we got our supplies, which is our cardstock, nice and easy, our adhesives, fairy lights, and now some tools. You don't need too many tools, but these are the ones that I recommend. So a brayer, which we're going to use to attach the paper to the cardstock, a pair of tweezers to get things off without hurting or ripping them, same for the spatula. The weeding tool we'll use to poke out the little bits because this is a pretty intricate design. And then the spatula is used to scrape off our mats and get them clean again. So nice, simple project I think that everybody can do. All right, and a Cricut. So I cut my cardstock with the Cricut Maker 3, but you can also use an original maker or anything from the Explorer series. And you can even use the Cricut Joy because we have a version that is just for Joy users. Can you see her right here? All right, and of course, design files. The files are free for everyone to download and use and will remain free in my library. So let me show you where to find the 3D angel files and then how to cut and assemble her. Step 1, get my free Light Up Angel design. First, let's get the free files. Go to jennifermaker.com/428 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 428, and then click it to download the zip file with SVG files for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, DXF files, and a printable PDF for cutting by hand. I'm going to show you how to cut the angel on a Cricut cutting machine. To do this, upload the SVG cut file to Cricut Design Space. If you're unsure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload SVG files. Step 2. Prepare and cut your light-up angel. Here's what the angel looks like on the Design Space canvas. You may need to zoom out to see the full design. To do this, click on the minus sign on the lower left side of the screen. I've designed the angel to cut on 8.5 by 11-inch cardstock. The layers are in shades of gray for easy viewing. The finished size of my angel is about 8 inches wide by 8.5 inches tall. If you'd like to make a different sized angel, keep the lock icon closed and then click and drag the resize icon on the bounding box. Or you can just type a new dimension into the width or height box at the top of the menu under size. Use larger paper if you're enlarging your design. I used shades of gray to make the angel's layers easier to view, even though I'm cutting them all out of white cardstock. During assembly, we'll stack them together from darkest to lightest, so keep your canvas open so you can reference which layer is which color. And that's all we have to do for this project. Make sure you have the right cutting machine selected and then click Make It. If you're prompted, click on Mat, 12-inch by 12-inch, and click Continue. Next, make sure the material size for all mats is 8.5 by 11 inches, unless you're using another size of cardstock. When you change the size of your first mat, it will change the size of any others that are the same color, so you won't have to edit every single mat. Click Continue once you're ready. Now remember all the cut setting experiments that I mentioned earlier? This is the key. For the white cardstock mats, I use the Cardstock for Intricate Cuts setting. It makes a huge difference for my machine, and it might for yours too. To find it, click Browse All Materials and type Intricate in the search bar. Then select the result and click Done. Leave the pressure at default. You can click Remember Material Settings since you'll be using the same settings for all of the gray mats. Place your first mat's cardstock on a blue Cricut Light Grip machine mat. Use a brayer to adhere it well, and then load it and press the flashing button to begin cutting. Once the mat is finished, unload it, flip it over onto your workspace, and gently roll the corner back to release the cardstock. Now, as the angel has some delicate layers, be sure to go slowly while you're removing it from the mat, especially around her hands and the heart. If you get a small tear, don't worry, because you might be able to repair it with some adhesives when we put the layers together later. If some of the cutout pieces stick to your layers, just use a weeding tool to gently pop them out. Complete the process for the rest of the gray mats. Once you get to the yellow mat, place your glitter cardstock on a green standard grip machine mat, change your paper setting to glitter cardstock, and adjust the pressure to more. Cut the mat and remove the halos using the spatula since they're really pretty delicate. Step 3. Attach the layers for the light-up angel. Separate your cut pieces so you have 2 sets of stacks, the angel's front, the back, and the 2 sides. Keep your halos handy. We'll call the top pieces of each stack layer 1, and the bottom will be layer 4. Start by assembling the first side of your angel using 1 stack of the large pieces. Place layer 3 face down on your work surface. Use your tweezers to move micro pop dots from the backing paper to the layer's back, spreading them out evenly. Place layer 4 face up next to your layer with the dots. Remove the backing from each dot and then flip the layer over, aligning the edges over layer 4 before placing it down. Make sure you're happy with the placement before pressing down. If not, gently pull the layer back up and move it. Use the same steps to attach layer 2 to layer 3 and then layer 1 on top. Then glue one of the halos to the top of layer 1 so that the glitter will be visible from the front. And you are done with side 1. Assemble the second side using the same method as I already mentioned, but don't forget the halo. Attach the side piece layers using the same method. First, place dots on the back of the smaller pieces with cutouts. Then, adhere them to the larger side tabbed pieces. Fold the tabs in too. Here are all 4 sections assembled. Step 4. Attach the angel. Now for the angel's heavenly glow fairy lights. First, remove the battery pack tab if there is one, and make sure they turn on and off and actually work. Next, gently place one half of the angel face down. Make sure your work surface is clean so the white paper doesn't pick anything up. Starting at the end without the battery pack, arrange a few of the lights so they're evenly spread over the wings and body. Leave the rest of the lights and the battery pack free for now. Place several dots on top of the wire sections to adhere the lights to the cardstock, avoiding the skirt. We'll use the top of the dots to attach the angel's other side in a bit. Next, stick a dot on the back of the angel's head to keep the 2 sides well secured. Here's what my attached fairy lights look like after placing the dots. Now, line up the other side so the angels are back to back. Make sure all of the edges align before pressing down gently. The skirts will be unattached so we can create the 3D space with the side sections. Next, find the skirt side sections. Put a line of glue along one tab and attach it to the inside edge of the angel's front, lining up the skirt lace at the bottom. Glue the other tab inside the angel's back. Repeat this process for the other skirt side piece on the opposite side. Next, use a dot to adhere the battery pack to the bottom of the skirt. Make sure you'll be able to reach the switch easily. Finally, apply dots inside the skirt to secure any loose fairy lights to the cardstock. Space the lights as evenly as you can and make sure the wire won't interfere if you want to use the angel as a tree topper. Turn on the lights and enjoy your new light up angel. Now you know I love options when it comes to creativity, so I have also included a version of this design that can be cut on the joy. Here's what it looks like in Design Space. It measures just over 9 by 4.5 inches. This is really as small as you can make it without running into issues with the small, intricate cuts. I have 2 ideas for the smaller angel that I will share, but there are really so many possibilities here. I'm going to make an angel ornament, and I'm going to make one version that can be added to a greeting card. I'll start with the ornament. I'm going to make my ornament blue and white with a gold halo. I will start by ungrouping the design. Next, I'll drag the top layer off of each design. Then I'll drag a bounding box across the bottom part of the main elements and change them to blue. I will leave everything else as is, and this is now ready to cut. Next, let's do the angel for the front of a greeting card. I won't need a front and back for that, so here's what I'll do. I'll drag a bounding box over one of the angel's designs that's already on the canvas and duplicate it. You can do this by clicking Duplicate at the top of the Layers panel, or simply right-click your mouse and you'll see the option there. We won't need the back or side pieces for this version. I'm going to make this one red with a gold halo, so I'll change the colors accordingly. And now we are ready to cut. Check to make sure you have the right machine selected, and in this case, we're going to use the Cricut Joy. But you could also cut these on any of the Maker or Explorer series machines, of course. Click Make It, and if prompted, click on Mat. Then choose the mat size. I'm going to go with a smaller mat. Once you pick a size, click Continue. Now we choose material settings. I'm going to use a combination of materials: white glitter cardstock, regular cardstock, and foil cardstock. Your settings may be different from mine depending on what materials you use. If you don't see your material under Favorites or Popular, you can search for it by clicking Browse All Materials. I'll choose glitter cardstock for my first mat, and I always choose more pressure for the cleanest cut. I load my mat into my Joy, and it automatically pulls the mat in to measure it. Then I press Go to start the cut. Once the cut is finished, click Unload. Flip the mat over and gently remove the cardstock. Take your time, and if you need to, use a spatula to help pry off the pieces. A weeding tool might also be really handy to pop out any small pieces that didn't cut all the way through. Make sure to change your settings as needed according to the materials that you're cutting on each mat. Every machine is a little different, so I always recommend doing a test cut first. Here are all of the pieces for the angel ornament: the halo, all the angel layers, and the side pieces. The white glitter pieces will go on top. It goes together the same way as the larger angel, just on a much smaller scale. If you want to, you can add fairy lights to your ornament like we did with the bigger angel. If so, follow my earlier instructions for that. Once it's all together, you can add a beautiful ribbon and it's ready to hang on your tree or give as a gift. Isn't she just so lovely? The one-sided angel goes together just like the others, but we won't add a back side or any of the side pieces. Once it's assembled, you can add glue to the back. I'll use my favorite craft glue, which is Barely Art Precision Craft Glue. I'm going to place it on the front of a card. I just cut and folded a piece of cardstock for my card, but you could also add it to a pre-cut Cricut card if you wanted. And how pretty is that? Just add a note and it's ready for a friend or a loved one. And my angel has a sister angel. Isn't she pretty? If you'd like to make her sister, please visit my talented friend Joa's website over at specialheartstudio.com/layeredchristmasangel. Joa shared her design as part of our Holiday Maker Fest event in 2020, and its beautiful design inspired our own angel, which we made in the style of hers with her permission. I'd love to see you make the pair. I really love this design. Here's the ornament with the fairy lights inside. Let me see if I can show it to you. So I didn't get a chance to turn on the lights before. They actually show it pretty well, I think. See? Isn't that amazing? And the larger one right here, it has its lights on too, but its battery pack I think is, I left it on for a while because I'm in love with this angel. I was playing with it. Yeah, okay, anyways. So the larger light up angel would be a beautiful tree topper during the holidays, or you could put it on a shelf to enjoy throughout the year. Isn't it pretty? And I think it would be a gorgeous addition to a holiday wreath, especially the little one, or maybe use it as a centerpiece. You could make a whole banner out of them. You could have so much fun. Or you can just cut the front half and place your angel in a shadow box or maybe on a card or something like that. Can you tell I really love this angel? And then I know I showed it to you before, but I need to show you again. This is Joa's angel. If you'd like to make this, please go visit her site, specialheartstudio.com/layered Christmas angel. It's so pretty. The two look amazing together. They really do. All right, so I see we have lots of questions, so we're going to dive right into them. I've got everything out so we can talk about them, of course. I think that's helpful. Okay, so first of all, let's actually scroll up just a little bit here. Okay, Sharon says, can you cut the small angel on a maker? Absolutely. You don't have to have the joy. You can make any size. When you have the maker and explorer, you can make any, you can go all the way down to the smallest size. But we didn't want to leave out our joy crafters either, so we made a cute little joy version. Lori says, can you use a heavier cardstock? I don't usually have the 65-pound. You can, of course, right? This is 65-pound. If you don't have 65-pound, just know that it might not light up as well because the light can't come through the layers as well. So go for it, especially if you don't intend to light it up at all, then that would be great. But if you want it to see the light in your layers, you'll want 65-pound. Elizabeth says, where do you purchase your glue? So, where's my glue? This is my favorite glue these days. It's Barely Art glue. And they, by the way, they made a special label for us. And I saw someone else ask where you can get this, if you can. You totally can. This link right here that I'm putting up on the screen, jennifermaker.com/barelyart. You can get this label. It's got a little Jennifer Maker. She's called Jenny, by the way. She has a name. A little Jenny is on the label and the pretty sunflowers. It's the same glue. It's just got a cute label. It's a limited edition one, but it's at jennifermaker.com/barelyart. It's amazing glue. It's amazing glue. I love it. I'm not paid to say that. I am not paid to say anything I say, by the way. I just love that glue. Hilda says, I'm thinking of making a few smaller to hang in my tree. What do you think? Are you kidding me? Yes. Look at this. It's the perfect ornament. Perfect ornament. I hope you'll do it, and I hope you'll take photos and share them with us. I would love to see these angels in a Christmas tree. I need to get my Christmas tree up. Michelle says, what if you don't have the intricate setting on the Explorer series? Okay, well, you know something? You probably do. You probably just haven't moved your dial. So, and I don't have a Cricut Explorer here to demonstrate for you, but there is a dial on the top of the Explorer. I mean, I do. It's over there. I'm not going to get up and get it. There's a dial on the top of the Explorer, and you can change its setting. Change it to custom. Keep it on custom all the time. And when it's on custom, you can then access all of the settings that I show in my tutorials. Okay, so keep your Cricut Explorer Air or Air 2's smart dial on custom, and then you can find them. Julianne says, removing those little backings off the micro dots drives me crazy. Okay, so I get that. And I also saw someone ask where to get these. These are from Amazon. Everything you see here is from Amazon. I try to make it easy so that you're not relying on a local store to find your things. You can get our supply list and the Amazon links to everything at this link that you see here on the screen, jennifermaker.com/426. Right, that'll take you to it. All of the Amazon links, all the stuff, so that you can find that. Okay. So I recommend, because they're very tiny. Look how small they are. Can you even see these? These are micro. These are micro. I recommend some tweezers to get them off, right? Or even like the tip of a craft knife, right? To just get off that little thing that's driving you nuts. Or weeding tool would also help. So this is a weeding tool. So you could also like just take the little tip off with the weeding tool. It'll help. This is probably the best thing to use, in my opinion, because it'll poke right into that top of the little liner on it. Scooter says, I had a really hard time attaching my side panels on the other angel. Do you have any tips? Yes, try attaching one half at a time so you can align the edges more easily. So just do one half at a time rather than try to do them both, okay? Go slow, take your time. That's the best way, right? It is smaller, right? It's harder to get your fingers in there and get that. Sandy says, can I use an LED light strip? You can, yes, but they're heavier and bigger and bulkier. They have usually, well, they usually plug in, right? And that's why you might want to use them. I totally get that. So you can, but the fairy lights are so light. They're so tiny and they'll fit better, right? So these will fit better, but you can use an LED light strip if you get a little creative with it. All right. Awesome. Okay. So how are we doing on time? We're doing good on time. So I can keep answering questions that you have about these. Throw them out at me. Becky says, do I do anything special with the scraps? I usually recycle my paper scraps. I will save vinyl scraps in case I need them, but I typically just recycle the paper because it's never really, unless it's like special pattern paper or really special to me, like I'm gonna not find that pattern again or whatever. I'll save those for sure, definitely, but typically I just recycle the paper. But I save my vinyl. I also saw a question about the glitter. So the question was, I thought you cut glitter face down. So like this side against the mat. Let me demonstrate so that we're all clear. So here is our green mat. And so I saw the question and I can't remember who it was, but someone asked, don't you cut it like this? Well, I don't recommend you do that. And the reason is because this is really pretty not rough. Not smooth. It's rough, not smooth. And you always want to put the smooth side of whatever material you're cutting against your mat, because otherwise it can slip and slide and you won't get a good cut, right? So this project is very dependent upon nice clean blade, nice clean sticky mat, so that you can get all these delicate cuts, right, without a problem. So you want your smooth side of your material against your mat. This goes for other materials too, like for example, faux leather. You always want that smooth side against your mat when you're cutting that. So it's just more likely to get a clean cut when you've got the smoothest side against the adhesive on your mat. Okay. Oh, and I saw someone else comment about our layers panel. So these projects, we prepare these projects months in advance. So these videos were created before the layers panel came out, just so you know. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, and whenever there's going to be a difference, which it turns out there's not very much, we'll talk about it in the Q&A. So how do you do the lights in the Joy version? Yes, here it is. There's the Joy version. Okay, so here's the Joy version, and you can see they're still in there. They're just shoved in their upper skirt. And we stick the battery pack in there with the Zot to keep it in place, but they're in there. So you can see here at the sides too, right? So it's just, and honestly, in fact, now that I think about it, the reason that I think it's showing up brighter in this Joy version, actually, let me flip it over because I think, oh, that looks about the same on both of them. I think it's showing up better on camera. It's very bright in here than in the bigger one. It's because there's like smaller area to illuminate, and whereas these are spread out in the bigger one. So that makes sense too, right? Why it's like showing up as brighter. So if you're not happy with how bright your fairy lights are, although you probably will be when it's not, you don't have lights like mine. You could put two of them in there and get extra illumination. Okay, let's see here. So can you do the heart on the larger one too? If you mean this one, they both have hearts, see? So if that's what you mean, yes, you can. This version, this angel, the heart angel, I guess we call it, is done on, the Cricut, all of the Cricut cutting machines. You could, of course, also cut it by hand or with a craft knife. Joa's angel, I'm pretty sure, as I recall, she also had a Joy size version. And if she didn't, you could resize it down to fit the Joy. So, yes, isn't that pretty? Okay. Have you ever replaced the battery in the lights that you used, or do you typically replace the entire strand? Oh, we totally replace the batteries because, like I said, I left it on one time because I was playing with it. And just last night, I'm like, Greg, I think I burned out the angel. And so, yeah, the battery pack is totally replaceable. There's a little, one of those tiny little screws. Can you see it here? You can see my Zod has come off, but tiny little screw and you can open it up and put it in a new battery. Absolutely. We'll stick that back down there. All right. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Yes. The link to Joe's heart is Special Heart Studio /layered-Christmas-angel. All right. Let's see here. I'm looking for more questions. I see people talking about Velcro dots on the battery pack. Yes, you don't have to do a sticky dot. You could just do a Velcro dot, and then you can take it in and out as you like. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. I see so many people have made this Joe as Angel, which is wonderful. I love this. Okay, how do I get the heart red? So that's just red cardstock, or, you know, just like a little piece of red in there, little bit of red right there. You see that? So you could just put that right in there to make the heart red, right? It could even be some vinyl if you had red. We just need to cut out a little heart, and you get a little red heart there. I'm happy that you like this angel. What can I use instead of Zots? Well, Zots give you that lift, the 3 dimensions. So you could use like foam instead, like so adhesive, double-sided adhesive foam. The only thing that you have to be aware of is that the light won't shine through. The nice thing about the Zots, you can see here, they are clear, right? So the light will shine through and you won't have little squares where your foam is. So that's really nice about this. But you know, and of course it doesn't have to be layered and stacked, right? So this is layered and stacked. You can see the dots there, right? But you can see how it's got dimension when we look at it, right? You could of course just do it flat, and then you could just use glue if you wanted. So you don't have to. If all you have is glue and cardstock, you can still make this. It might look a little different, but it would still be awesome. I think that. Let's see, I see a question. Elizabeth says, can you use any other material, say wood? If you have a Glowforge, absolutely. Make it out of wood. I would not attempt trying to cut this out of wood on a Cricut. However, it would just take too long, and I think the end result would be too fragile. The basic rule for cutting wood on the Cricut is that all of your lines need to be a pencil eraser in width. And you can see these are smaller than that, right? They're smaller than a pencil. I mean, they're close. Try not to sneeze. But yes, they're too small for wood. But on the Glowforge or another laser cutter, absolutely, absolutely. Is there any way to engrave with the Explore 3? There is a third-party engraving tip. I have never used it. If your machine is out of warranty, you're welcome to try it. Just be aware that it's third-party and not supported by Cricut. And as I haven't used it, I can't give any support on it. So, yes. Lori says, what is a Glowforge? A Glowforge is a laser cutting machine. So instead of cutting with a blade, which is what we do in our Cricut, so let me just hop over and show you. So in the Cricut here, we got all of our things in here. Let's get these out. So we use a bunch of different blades, right? So this is the basic fine tip blade, and the Cricut is like essentially called drag blade technology. The Maker can also adds in a rotary blade, so that's different. It's not a drag blade exactly. But on a Glowforge, it actually uses a laser to cut. So you can cut thicker things. You can cut paper. People have done it. I think Cricut's better for paper and cardstock and vinyl, absolutely. But if you want to cut wood or acrylic, then the Glowforge is your friend. They're quite a bit more expensive than a Cricut. I think a Cricut is a lot more accessible for that reason, which is why you see me talking about it so often. Lori says, could you also use vinyl to make the angels? Yes, you could, but they're not going to be like, you know, a 3-dimensional thing that you hold up. They're going to be something that you put on a sign or decorate a shirt with or something like that, right? Something flat. Okay. How many Cricut machines do I own? I don't know. That's a great question. I have all 5 of the current Cricuts, the Cricut Maker, Maker 3, the Explorer. I have many Explorers. enjoys, and I have multiples of those. And the reason I have multiples is because people ask me this question, and it's because I do something every year called Cricut Kickoff, where we actually unbox brand new Cricuts together. So we sit down right here in my craft room and we just open them all up and we see, you know, we put them, set them all up together. So I've been doing that for a few years now, so that means I've collected a bunch of Cricuts. April says, how many different blades are there for the maker? I think it's, oh my goodness, is it 13? I don't remember. Does anyone remember? Let us know in chat. I can't remember right now. I feel like that's too high, but for some reason that's the number that's sticking in my head. Yeah, so the Explorer can use the fine point blade, the deep cut blade, the foil tip, the scoring stylus, which isn't a blade, the fabric blade. I think that's it. And then the maker can use all the same blades, the fine point blade, the deep point blade, and then the knife blade, the rotary blade, and there's a bunch of special maker ones, the perforated tip, the wavy tip. There's foil. I might have said that one already. So let's see here. I have some more questions from my team. Thank you. Alice says, do you need a different blade for glitter? I don't use a different blade for glitter. What I do is just keep my blade clean using a piece of aluminum foil like this. I've demonstrated this many times, but I'll do it again real quick because this applies to this project. Because we're using glitter and we're cutting intricate things, it really makes a difference. So this is just aluminum foil that you have in your kitchen. Nothing special. I just tore off a sheet and balled it up. Here's my fine point blade. I use the same blade for everything that I cut. I don't have special blades. So you just carefully, you take it out of your machine, you carefully depress the plunger right here, and you poke it into the aluminum foil, and this cleans, does not sharpen, it cleans. It cleans off adhesive, it cleans off those little bits of glitter, it cleans off any oxidation that could occur on your blade. And I typically do this before every project, and I typically basically don't buy new blades as a result. This does the trick, and I have amazing cuts. So that's what I do. I don't have a special blade for glitter. Let's see here. Let me put this back in while I'm paying attention. There we go. I'm trying to put the this back in from reverse so you can see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Nicole says, why is my paper ripping as it is cutting out the angel? Great question. What's going on is that your blade may not be clean. So what I just demonstrated, do that to clean your blade. You can also use alcohol and a paper towel. Of course, that blade is going near your fingers. So always be careful. Wear some gloves if you're at all worried about poking yourself. The other thing that could be going on is your mat, right? So we recommend in this tutorial both the light grip. I'm trying to get this one out here. One moment. Here we go. Both the light grip, which is the blue one, and the standard grip, which is the green one, right? Both of them. But it's really important that they both be clean and sticky. If your mat is seen better days, if it's really not sticky, clean it with an alcohol-free baby wipe, get it clean, let it dry, and try it again. If it still is just, you're still not getting good cuts, get yourself a new mat. The mats are consumables. They will last a while if you keep them clean. But if you are finding that even though your blade is nice and clean and you know you have good quality cardstock, right, but you're still not getting good cuts, I guarantee you it's your mat. It's not clean enough. I mean, not sticky enough. Sticky mats are one of the biggest secrets to success with Cricut projects. Okay, Lori says, where do I get the SVG from? I downloaded the 428 file, but I only got a DXF file. All right, I can help with this. So I have a whole video series. It's like a mini course, completely free at jennifermaker.com/SVGS. Go watch that when you have a chance. It'll explain how to use SVG files. But the shortcut is that the SVG is there. You need to see the full file name, and you'll see it, the extension at the end. And if you're on a Windows, my guess is you're on a Windows computer, you will see a file in there called, these days it's called Edge HTML. That is your SVG file. The reason why it doesn't say SVG file as the type of file is because you don't have a program installed on your computer that recognizes SVG files, like let's say Inkscape or Illustrator. If you did, it would be like, oh, this is an SVG file. But since it doesn't, it's like a Windows thing. It's like, it just doesn't get it. So you'll want to definitely watch my SVGs Made Simple series. It will explain so many things for you about using SVGs. But then, if you need to do it right now, upload the Edge HTML file or expand your file names, so that you can see the full file name. And you'll see I put SVG at the end of every SVG file too, because I know this is a problem for everybody. Okay. Jean says, where do we get the SVGs for all the things to do? So they're all over in my library at jennifermaker.com/library. All of our designs for our projects are over there, and you'll find everything there. Donna says, what lights did you use in the Joy version? I used these fairy lights right here. See, they're pretty small. And I'll show you. See, the battery pack is right there. They totally fit, right? So I got these off Amazon. It doesn't have to be this brand, but this brand works just fine too. Can I show the side view, please? Yes. So here's what it looks like from the side. Here it is from the front. Let's hold that up a little bit. It's a little bit poking up right there. Side, bottom, and the top. And this one has a ribbon attached, right? So that you could hang it. It doesn't have to be like that, but that's how it looks. And so this is how it looks from the side. And this is the small one, and here is the side view on the big one. See? So pretty. Okay, Susan says, is there something you can put on the angel to preserve it or to make it sturdier, such as Mod Podge? If you really are worried about it, honestly, this does not feel fragile, like any more than like a glass ornament might on a tree, right? It doesn't. It's the paper, there's several layers of paper here. It's pretty substantial. But if you're worried about it and you just worry that whoever handles it might destroy it, I totally get that. Try putting it in a shadow box instead, right? Then it is protected for a very long time. Okay, let's see. Here's a question from Susan. It says, is there something you can put on the angel? Oh, sorry, I got that one. Megan says, I have the Cricut Design Space. It's updated. You have the update of the Cricut Design Space. It does not show 8.5 by 11. It's 30.5 centimeters. Okay. I'm not sure what your question. I'm not sure what your question is, but maybe you have your settings set to metric instead of inches. You can change that in your settings in Cricut Design Space if it's showing you the wrong settings, right? So you can always change between inches or centimeters. I will talk in inches because I'm located in the US. I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So everything is inches for me. But if you use metric, you can either convert yourself or just switch it over to inches and just do inches with me. Sometimes it's just easier to do that. All right, it is time for us to wrap up. If I didn't answer your questions, no worries. Please just ask over in our Cricut Crafters group, which is located at, hopefully you're all there already, but if not, it is over at jennifermaker.com/CricutCrafters, and we would be happy to help you out. I'm looking forward to seeing lots of angels over there. Please post your photos. Our next workshop is on DIY gift boxes, and it's coming up at the top of the hour. You can learn more about our next workshop and look over its supply list at jennifermaker.com/426. So let's take a quick break to switch over to our next workshop. Everyone get a drink, some more coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll begin on the hour right here in the same stream. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make DIY gift boxes. Let me show you how cool these are. You can see I have some here. Let me give you a close-up of one. You can make these yourself, any colors, whatever size you need, within reason of course, and you can use them for treats. We have some cookies in here right now, and so we have several different ones that you can do, and I think that you're going to love this, because if you are looking for a unique and fun way to wrap your gifts this season, why not try making your own gift boxes? You can design and cut out custom gift boxes that are sure to amaze everyone. Seriously. I've started you out with a collection of new gift boxes for you to make. These gift boxes are perfect for a personalized gift to your loved ones, and I've got different gift box designs, including a tumbler, a treat box, which I just showed you, and a box with a top. And I'm sure you will find a gift box that is just perfect for the gift that you're giving away. It's especially good for those last minute, oh my gosh, I can't find a box. You will find the complete supply list for this project over at jennifermaker.com/426. But let me show you exactly what you need to make these gift boxes. I'm going to grab the tote with all the supplies for my dream box. I'm just going to wheel my chair over there this time. Hopefully I don't bump it. Here we go. Alrighty. We'll go through everything together. And to help you assemble these gift boxes, I've also included a PDF reference sheet with labels for each box and their parts. This is included in the file. It's a good idea to have this up on your screen or to print a copy of the box that you're assembling so you have a reference, okay? So let's flip over to this. Let's put these cookies out of the way, save them for later. Put away our link. And we will begin with our paper. Let's bring this over. Actually, let's set this here. Our supplies will be over here. All right, paper. So we are using a variety of cardstock, including large format sizes, which really work the best for making gift boxes, right? We have solids and we have patterns. We'll also want some medium weight chipboard, which is a little heavier in weight than regular cardstock, okay? Acetate is also going to be used to make the see-through windows. We use acetate, which is a very thin see-through plastic. You may also want some paper or parchment to hold cookies or treats in your boxes. For glue, I recommend my favorite glue, Barely Art Precision Craft Glue. You'll also find it really helpful to have some binder clips to keep everything together as the glue dries, okay? These two things will help you a lot. For your Cricut, you can of course cut these by hand, but it's faster, more precise to use a cutting machine. And yes, you can use the Cricut Maker or the Explorer series along with a purple strong grip mat, this one right here, and a deep point blade if you're cutting chipboard. Otherwise, you'll use the fine point blade for everything else. You cannot cut these on the Cricut Joy unless you resize them to be teeny tiny to be used for a dollhouse, okay, because they're just too big for that. Other things that we will make, or that we'll use for this project, include, let's make things a little neater here. One moment. There's always so many things, right? Always so many things that we have. Here we go. So there's our paper and our reference sheet and our glue and our clips. Okay, so other things that are really useful are a scraper for cleaning off your mat, a brayer for getting your cardstock to stick well to your mat, a bone folder is going to help a lot in getting nice, crisp creases on your boxes. So I definitely recommend that. You'll also want some scissors. It's going to be helpful as well. And a scoring tool if you're going to, or a scoring tool for the Maker or scoring stylus for the Explorer, depending on which machine you have. So you're going to want to score these too. And then, you know, if you want some ribbon, if you want to put some ribbon, so we put some ribbon like this. Aren't they pretty, right? So if you want it, you know, up to you. And then there's also like some extra files that you could do to decorate, because you can totally decorate these things as well, of course. All right, and then you need the design files, of course. our design files, and we have lots of options for you to choose from. That you will find them all in my library at jennifermaker.com/library. So I'm going to actually show you where to find those files. Then I'm going to show you how to cut, assemble, and decorate your custom gift boxes. Step 1, get my free gift box design files. Go to jennifermaker.com/426 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. And then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 426 and then click it to download the zip file with SVGs for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, DXF files, and printable PDFs for cutting by hand. I've also included PDF reference sheets with labels for each box and their parts. It's a good idea to have it up on your screen or to print a copy for the box that you're assembling. This collection includes a baked goods box, a box with a top, and a tumbler box. Each box has a version with score lines that requires either a scoring wheel or scoring stylus, as well as a no-score version with dashed cut lines that only needs the fine point blade that came with your Cricut. Today, I'll show you how to make all 3 of these boxes using the no-score versions on a Cricut cutting machine. I'll start with the baked goods box. To begin, upload the SVG cut file to Cricut Design Space. If you're unsure how to do this, please go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload files. If you'd rather work with the scored line version and use a scoring tool, you'll need to attach the score lines to the corresponding layers. I explain exactly how to do that in my scoring tutorial that you can find at jennifermaker.com/Cricut Scoring Tools Tips. Step 2, prepare your files for cutting. Let's first do the baked goods box. Here's what the baked goods box looks like in the Cricut Design Space canvas. You may need to zoom out to see the full design. To do this, click on the minus sign on the lower left corner of the screen. I've color-coded the different parts of the boxes by my material suggestions, and you can use the reference sheet for each. Here, the teal pieces will be cut out of plain cardstock. The white square is an acetate window. The yellow pieces are chipboard reinforcements, and the green pieces are patterned cardstock linings. The bottom pieces, A, B, and C, create the lower section and sides. Notice that the main piece for the bottom, A, is more than 15 inches long. We'll need to use a 12 by 24 inch machine mat for this project. If you'd like to resize it to fit on a 12 by 12 machine mat, see the workbook for this project or check out my resizing guide at jennifermaker.com/resizesvg. And that's all you have to do. Make sure you have the right machine selected and click Make It. So here's what the box with a top looks like on the Cricut Design Space canvas. Again, click on the minus sign to zoom out to see the whole design. The color coding is the same for this box. It just doesn't have an acetate window. Also, we'll glue the top pieces together just like the bottoms. This design is ready to cut on the big 12 by 24 inch mat. Make sure you have the right machine selected and click Make It. Now, here's what the tumbler box looks like on the Cricut Design Space canvas. The color coding is the same for this box. This version is designed to cut on a 12 by 24 inch mat, and it fits a 20-ounce skinny tumbler. I don't recommend making this box any smaller. Here, we'll glue pieces A and B together to create the box shape. I'll show you where the acetate, lining, and reinforcement go too. And this design is also all ready to cut. Make sure you have the right machine selected and click Make It. Step 3, cut your materials. I'll show you how to cut the baked goods box, but the settings are similar for the other boxes. If you're prompted, select On Mat and 12 by 24 inch and then click Continue. Change the material size under your teal cardstock mat to 12 by 19 inches. Change the rest of the colors to 12 by 12. Click back on the first mat and then click Continue. Some of these materials take a little preparation and specific settings, so let's get those straight now. I'll use the baked goods box as an example. My white mat will cut the acetate window. Cricut Design Space has a specific material setting for acetate, but you might need to look under the Browse Materials window to find it. Leave the pressure set to default. Some acetate comes with a protective covering on one or both sides. You can place the acetate with the coating touching the green standard grip mat. Just make sure the top surface is not protected, so peel it off if there is a protective layer there. I used a medium weight chipboard on a purple strong grip machine mat for the yellow pieces. I found in testing that the craft board setting using more pressure and the deep point blade worked better. Remember, every machine can cut a little bit differently, so it's best to try a test cut if possible. Everything else cut well with the standard fine point blade that comes with your Cricut. For the patterned cardstock linings on the green mats, I used the light cardstock setting with pressure set to more and a green standard grip mat. For the main box pieces, I set my material to medium cardstock with the pressure set to more and used a green standard grip mat again. Make sure the first tool is loaded correctly. Place the indicated material on the first machine mat using a brayer to adhere it well. And then load the machine mat into your Cricut and press the flashing button to begin. For tougher materials like the chipboard and acetate, check that your cut went all the way through before unloading your machine mat. If it didn't go all the way through, just click the same mat on your screen and then press the flashing button again to repeat the cut in the exact same spot. Once a mat is finished, unload it, flip it over on your workspace, and gently roll a corner back to release the material. This helps prevent curling and ripping. Complete the process for the rest of the machine mats, making sure to select the correct machine mat, material, and tool for each according to the make screen. Remember, you can use these same basic steps for the other gift boxes too. Step 4. Assemble your DIY gift boxes. First, let's do the baked goods box. Lay out all of your baked goods box pieces to make sure you have everything ready. First, we'll assemble the bottom of the box using piece A for the main part and pieces B and C for the sides. Set the other pieces aside for now. Crease along the dashed cut lines. And place piece A face down the same way it was on your screen. Add a line of glue to the top edge tab and then fold it down. Then add thin lines of glue over the tab we just folded and the rest of that side section rectangle. Fold the upper side section down to overlap the next one and press it in place. Repeat for the bottom edge tab and the lower side sections. Set piece A aside to dry. Next, grab pieces B and C. Just like the last step, add glue to the edge tab on B and fold it to meet the next side section. Then glue and fold the side sections to overlap. Repeat for C, again folding from the edge tab toward the connector tab. Now for the corner tabs on piece A we didn't glue. They will end up perpendicular to the cardstock they're attached to and glued to the side sections on piece B and C. Folding already glued cardstock layers can cause them to tear, so let me show you how to make really nice corner tabs. With piece A face down, fold the top right corner tabs over the side section layers. Then unfold the upper corner tab and add a rectangle of glue to the lower corner tab. Refold the upper tab and press to adhere. Repeat for the top left side, then lift them up together so they're roughly in position to create the corner. Repeat in the two bottom corner tab sets. Place the B and C pieces to the correct sides of piece A. Add glue to the back of B's connector tab and press it in place on the left edge of piece A. Make sure that connector tab's crease lines up with the smooth edge. Repeat to add C on the other side. The corner tabs will attach to the inner surfaces of the adjacent side pieces. Starting in the top left, fold in the stacked corner tabs a bit and add glue to the back. Fold up B to meet the glue. Press the pieces in place, making sure the edges line up. Hold it in place until it's well adhered. Repeat for the other 3 corners and the bottom of the box is complete. Set it aside to dry completely while we work on the top. Place your box top, piece A, face down on your work surface and crease all the lines. If there's still any protective coating on the acetate, remove it now. Put the window over the cutout. Add a thin line of glue on the edges, making sure it won't go into the open area. While the glue is still wet, flip the window over and gently lower it into place. Make sure the acetate covers all of the window. Flip the box top over and gently press all around the window area to make sure it stays in place. Place your medium chipboard and lining pieces face up on your work area. Run thin lines of glue around the window and edges of the chipboard. Line up the lining face up with the chipboard and lower it into place. Press gently to adhere the layers together. Place your box top down in front of you. Add glue to the chipboard side of the window reinforcement. With the pattern facing up, line up the windows and press in place to cover the extra acetate. Make sure it doesn't interfere with the side's ability to fold, and set this aside to dry. It's time to put the top and bottom together. Make sure the bottom is totally dry and place it on its side so you can easily press down on the inner wall. That's where we'll attach the tabbed portion of the top. With the top face up, add thin lines of glue to the edge tab, corner tabs, and side section. With the glue facing down, guide the top's edge tab into the box bottom. Once the tab reaches the bottom of the box, make sure the edges line up and press everything in place. Add glue to one side of the bottom chipboard and attach the square lining, face up. Once it's set, add glue to the plain chipboard side. Press it into the bottom of the box to reinforce the cookie area. If you're using this box for tasty treats, I recommend placing wax or parchment paper inside the box. All right, now let me show you how to make a box with a top. While it looks different, making the box with a top follows the same steps as assembling the bottom of the baked goods box. We'll start with the bottom. Crease bottom piece A and place it face down in front of you like it was on your screen. Add a line of glue to the top edge tab and then fold it down. Then add thin lines of glue over the tab we just folded and the rest of that side section. Don't get glue on the corner tabs, however. Fold the side section down to overlap the next one and press it in place. Repeat for the tab and side sections at the bottom. Folding already glued cardstock layers can cause them to tear, as I mentioned earlier, so I'm going to show you how to make the really nice corner tabs on this box. With bottom piece A face down, fold the top right corner tabs over the side section layers. Then unfold the upper corner tab and add a rectangle of glue to the lower corner tab. Refold the upper tab and press to adhere. Then lift them up together so they're roughly in position to create the corner. Since we pre-folded the tabs and put them in place while the glue is wet, they won't risk tearing apart. Repeat for the top left side and then the 2 bottom corner tab sets. Next, get bottom pieces B and C. Then place them face down and fold along the creases. Just like the last step, add glue to the edge tab on B and fold it to meet the next side section. Then glue and fold the side sections to overlap. Repeat for C, again folding from the edge tab toward the connector tab. Place B and C to the correct sides of A. Add glue to the back of B's connector tab and press it in place on the left edge of piece A. Make sure the connector tab's creases line up with the smooth edge and repeat for the other side. Starting in the top left, fold in the stacked corner tabs a bit and add glue to the back. Fold up B so the glue touches the back. Press the pieces together, making sure the edges line up. Hold it in place until it's well adhered. Repeat for the other 3 corners and the bottom of the box is complete. Set aside to dry completely. Remember, if you ever have trouble getting a corner to stay in place, use a binder clip to hold it still while it dries. Place your reinforcement and lining pieces face up on your work surface. Run thin lines of glue over the chipboard, position the lining face up, and lower it in place on top. Press gently to adhere the layers together and then set them aside to dry. Now get the matching side pieces and the main box top. Fold all of the dash cut lines for the 3 pieces and sharpen them with your scraper. Place the top face down just like it was on your screen. Add a line of glue to the small tab at the top and then fold it down. Then add thin lines of glue over the tab we just folded and the rest of that rectangle. Don't get glue on the small side rectangles though. Fold the rectangle down to overlap the next section of the same size and press it in place. Repeat for the tabs at the bottom and set this piece aside to dry. Next, grab the matching side pieces with circles cut out of one tab. Glue the plain small tab and fold it in, then glue and fold the rectangle. You should be folding in toward the circle. Repeat for the matching left piece, again folding toward the circle tab. Now for those small rectangles on the main piece that we didn't glue, we'll use these to create the corners just like for the bottom. Starting with the top right, fold the unglued tab pieces in, then unfold the top tab and add a rectangle of glue to the one that is still folded. Refold the other tab and press to adhere. Then lift them up together so they're roughly in position to create the corner. Repeat for the left side and then the 2 bottom sets. Now we can add the sides to the box top. Add glue to one tab with a circle cut out and press it in place along one smooth edge of the bottom component. Make sure the tab's crease lines up with the bottom's edge. Repeat this step to attach the tab on the other side. With the tab folded in slightly, add glue to it and then press it to the adjacent side wall, making sure the edges line up. Hold it in place until it's well adhered. Repeat for the other 3 corners and the bottom of the box is complete. If your corners are not staying in place, use binder clips to keep them still, and then set it aside to dry completely. Take your dried chipboard and lining assembly, add lines of glue to the back and press the reinforcement in place with the lining face up. After the glue has dried, your box with a top is complete. Alright, now let me show you how the tumbler box goes together. It is a bit different than the previous boxes, but it comes together pretty easily. Gently crease all of the dashed cut lines. If there's any protective sheeting on your acetate, remove it now. Add glue to the front of piece B's edge tab and press it in place under piece A's smooth edge. Once it's dry, add glue to the back of the lining and press it in place. Make sure all the edges line up so the box will fold nicely. See the side opposite the window? That's where the pattern lining goes. Add glue to the back of the lining and press it in place. Add glue to the front of piece A's edge tab and attach it to the smooth edge of piece B. Press down on the seam to collapse the box and hold the seam in place to set. Then add glue to the fronts of the bottom tabs and fold the large section over them, lining everything up. Use your bone folder or a ruler to press down on the tabs from the inside to make sure they stay in place. Then add a few lines of glue to one side of the reinforcement and lower it into position. Again, use the ruler or bone folder to keep it in place while it dries. And that's how you make all 3 of these DIY gift boxes. So if you'd like to customize your boxes more, check out the bonus file in the SVG folder. It has a scalloped edge for the box with the top, a snowflake, cookie shapes, enjoy, seasons eatings in a pretty script font. All of these you can cut out and decorate. And I see we have lots of questions, so let's dive right into those. So going up to the top of my list. Donna wants to know if chipboard is the same as craftboard. No, they're actually different. Craftboard is thinner than chipboard. Chipboard is what we're using, and we're using it to make a nice, stable, sturdy box that won't fall apart when someone, opens it up and it can be reused and all that. So chipboard is what we're using here. Penny says, will the Cricut Explorer Air 2 cut the acetate? Yes. Yes, you can use the Maker or the Explorer for either machine for this project. Not the Joy. It doesn't like accommodate. It's not big enough unless we're making a mini teeny tiny box. But both the Maker and the Explorer can cut all the materials for this project. Donna says, is the PDF file in the download? So yes, this reference sheet, which shows you, like it names everything, the pieces and everything, this is in the download. I recommend you have this up on your screen or print it out and have it with you while you're working on your box. Bertrell says, can you use the scoring stylus with the Cricut Maker? You sure can. I love to use it with my Maker because I don't have to switch tools when I do it. You just put it right into your pen right here. It goes right in there. Like, I don't know why it's not going in there right now. But it would normally there we go. It has to click. Yeah, and there we go. So yeah, you can totally use the scoring stylus in your Maker, or the Maker can also use the scoring tool in Clamp B. Same for on the Explorer, you can only use the scoring stylus. Let's see. Vicky says, what are the DXF files used for? DXF files are for people that have software that doesn't use SVGs. For example, Silhouette Studio Free Edition doesn't allow the uploading of SVG files the way Cricut Design Space does, which, guys, is super cool. Can we just make a note of that right now? With Cricut Design Space, which is free, you can upload SVG files. With the Silhouette Free Edition, you cannot. You have to upgrade their software to upload SVG files. So I include DXF files for those people who haven't been able to upgrade for whatever reason. Donna says, is the pattern paper 65-pound or is it just actually paper? No, it's cardstock. Here is the pattern paper right here. This is cardstock. So isn't it cute? It's a 65-pound cardstock. Yep, super cute. Yep. And Deborah says, every time I try to cut acetate, it tears it up. Any tips? You want to make sure that your blade is clean. So make sure that you've cleaned your blade and that you are, what was the other thing I was going to say? Make sure it's clean. Oh, don't forget, like a lot of times I think, where's my acetate? That's right here. It's really easy to forget to take off the plastic on the acetate, right? If you don't take off the plastic, it's not going to cut very well. So be sure to take off that plastic. I think a lot of people are just, you don't even see it. Like it's really easy to miss. So take off your protective sheet and make sure your blade is clean. And of course that your mat is sticky. That always makes a difference too. Lorraine asks if the large angel will fit in one of the boxes. I don't think so. So this is our largest box and I don't think that the angel will fit in here. Let's just make sure, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't seem like it will. You're welcome, of course, to try to make it a little bigger, but it looks to me like it's just a little bit too small. So if it's just a little bit bigger, you could. That would be pretty cool, huh? But not quite. Isn't it pretty though? Look at that pretty snowflake. This is one of the ways that you can make it neat if you would like to, make it a little extra special. And of course, there's so many things that you could do, right? You don't have to just use these designs. You could go crazy and make it super specific to the gift that you're making. I think that would be really cool. Kay asks, what is the difference between chipboard and foil poster board? That's a great question. So poster board is definitely thinner than chipboard. Let me get my chipboard out. Here it is. Chipboard is pretty sturdy, right? Foil poster board is thinner and it has a foil top. I have some foil poster board over here so you can see what it looks like. This is a piece for one of the boxes. So I'll attempt to demonstrate the thickness here. So you see how floppy this is? You see how this isn't as floppy? That's usually how I tell how sturdy something is. I do the flop test. Anyway, so this is foil poster board, and it's really, I would use it for decorative purposes, or if it's a very small gift box. The smaller you go, physics it'll be strong, but the bigger you get, the more important it is that you have something really sturdy there to use that with. Angela says, can you use Cricut pens to customize the boxes more? Yeah, you totally can. Here's a Cricut pen. Absolutely. You could write things right on them. You could decorate them. In fact, in our next workshop, the Cricut Foil Home Decor, you can totally use a pen to put the mandalas onto boxes. That would be amazing. Yes. April says, how can you put more pressure on when you're scoring? Okay, so if you don't, first of all, this tool, the scoring tool that you can use in the Maker, does the best scoring job. So you know. If you don't have the option to use this, or don't have it, or for whatever reason you can't, what you can do, where's our scoring stylus? It's right here. What you can do is you can duplicate your scoring lines, put them in the exact same spot. You can do it like 2 or 3 times. Obviously this is design space work that you'll need to do, but if you duplicate or triplicate your scoring lines, it goes over those lines several times and you'll get a deeper score. So that's one of the little tricks that you can do to get a better score. Or you can just use the perforated version, because it doesn't, though the perforated version is excellent. There's no issues with folding when you have that version. All right, let's see. Cindy says, how can I access the replay? Oh, wait, I'll answer that question when we get to the end. Let's see here. Marie says, can you make a solid top rather than having the acetate piece? Yes, you can totally do that, right? So this is the one with the box top. Yes, you can do this. And this one, the way to do this is really pretty simple. You would just use the contour tool in Cricut Design Space. Just click on contour, select this piece in there, click on contour and remove the cutout. And then it's solid. Yep, so you can absolutely change it so that it's just a solid instead of having the window. All right, let's see here. Tammy says, I don't remember if there is a protective cover on both sides or just one side of the acetate. I don't recall either. Let's take a look, shall we? We've got it right here. We'll check together. So we'll go down here to a piece. So let's use the weeding tool. Let me grab one. Do I have one right here? I don't have one. Hang on. I got one in my dream box. Okay. So it's always so hard to get like liners and stuff off, but using the weeding tool really makes a difference for me personally. Let's do this so I can see this better. I say that, and then it's on both sides of this acetate. So there's one side, can you see it's coming off there? And it's on the other side also. So it's on both sides. I'm gonna put that back down so it stays protected. But yes, you have a protective liner on both sides of your acetate. Okay, Shirley says, can the box size be customized? Yes, you totally can customize it. There is, if you have the VIP pass, there's a workbook that comes along with this workshop, and it gives you instructions on how to resize it for a 12 by 12 inch mat, right? Because we are using, I'm having you use the nice big mat for this project so that we can use our nice big cardstock. I did see a question about that too. Where do you get the big cardstock? Here's our big cardstock. And I got this from Amazon. Amazon has all the things. We don't have to worry about, because this is really hard to find in a store, big cardstock. So we're using the big mat to keep it as simple as possible. But if you move to a 12 by 12 inch mat instead, you can change the size more. You have a lot more control, because then you can expand it larger. It gets tricky if you want to make it really, really big. It is doable, but it might be more work than it's worth, right? To make it like gigantic. That's the truth. That's the honest truth. Let's see here. Where do you find the workbook if you have the VIP pass? The workbooks are included in the VIP pass. Otherwise they're not like, you know, what we're presenting during Maker Academy weekend are the videos and the supplies, the supply lists, answering your questions, the workbook with the step-by-step instructions and photos, which is essentially the same as what you see in the workshop. There's just a little bit extra. Those are as part of the VIP pass. Where do you get the longer paper for the 24-inch mat? I got all of mine from Amazon. And all of the links are in the supply list for this project. So you don't have to guess at we can see exactly what we use. The exact paper, the Cricut acetate, everything. There's no guessing, right? Even this paper here, it's all linked right in there so that you can find this cute paper if you like it, right? So all of it's in there. Barb says for boxes, is there really a difference between the right and wrong side for scoring purposes? Unless, of course, there's a one-sided pattern. If your paper is the same on both sides, there isn't a right or wrong side until it comes, like for when you put it on your mat, until it comes to actually folding. When you fold a scored project, you want to fold it so that the score is on the side that you scored. It will be much easier to fold, right? So it does matter once you go to fold it. You can, of course, fold on the other side. The lighter the cardstock, the less that this matters. But once you start getting into things like fancier things or thicker things, it matters more, right? So you'll be able to fold it easier if your score is on, I hope I'm remembering this right, on the inside. Like that's the kind of thing. I'm like left-right dyslexic, and I always also confuse things like this. So I've mentioned this in other tutorials too. So maybe someone can help me remember what I've said in the past. It scores on the inside. I'm pretty sure that's the side that we want to fold it, yes. Okay, can I use cardboard instead of chipboard? You can, yeah. Chipboard is cardboard. This is what this is. It's not corrugated, right? Corrugated has the little on the side. If you turn it, you'll see like little, like it's folded. It looks folded. That's corrugated. This is not corrugated. You could use that. It's harder to cut on the Cricut. You might not be able to cut it. You might have to cut it by hand, but you can totally use that if you have it. You can use a cereal box. I would say a cereal box is really craft board, not chipboard. It is not typically this thick. Like our cereal boxes do not feel this thick to me. But you could use it. You could also double up on it if you wanted, right? So you could get creative if you want to reuse things. Absolutely. Tracy wants to know if it is best to download my patterns on a computer or a phone. I find it a lot easier to design and work on my computer. So you can do it on your phone or tablet, absolutely. I have many tutorials, and we do during Cricut Kickoff, we go through the whole process of using your phone or tablet on both iOS and Android, but it's a teeny tiny screen. I mean, this is a small screen, right? It's hard to see. Whereas my computer, it's like, my computer monitor is like this big. It's so much easier. So you can definitely download the things and unzip everything and upload it. Absolutely. It's just smaller. You have less real estate. It's easier to make a mistake. It's easier. Like you can't see all your options that they're not like on your screen the same way. So everything takes a little longer. That's what I find. But you can totally download them. Yes. Colleen says, so you have to lay your paper on the correct side of the mat. So yeah, if you have a paper with that's different on one side or the other, you'll want to put it on the mat the right way. And I feel like I usually tell people to put it pretty side down when we're worrying about scoring. So that implies that I don't know. Sorry, forgive me. That's the kind of thing I need to sit and really think about. But here's the thing, this pattern paper, it's 65 pound. You're going to be fine with the score on either side. It's not finicky the way, let's say, foil cardstock or foil poster board is. You really want to make sure you get your score on the right side with that one, because otherwise it'll bend funny and you'll start to see like the paper underneath. But with the 65 pound cardstock, it's going to be okay on either side, I think. Should be. All right. I see a question about what is a bone folder and what do we use it for. This is a bone folder. and we use it to help us crease and get those nice sharp creases. So you can just use your fingers. You can also use like a scraper to do this, but traditionally in paper crafting, we use a bone folder, and we just run them down the sides, the bone folder down the sides, and the creases come out beautiful. Look at how lovely these creases are. See, this is what we want. Nice, sharp, clean creases. It looks more, you know, especially since this is a gift box, and we want to do our best, you know, to make it look giftable. It's okay if it doesn't. It's always okay if it doesn't. Susie says, can we size it to make boxes for mugs? You can, but I have mug gift boxes already. They're already set up for mugs. There's a bunch of really cute designs. You'll find them over on my blog at jennifermaker.com. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We already have a whole collection of mug gift boxes. They're super cute. You should check them out. I have, in fact, many gift boxes. They're in my library. I have probably over a dozen at this point. So these are bigger though, and these have windows. And this, we've never done a tumbler gift box before. So this is like a new thing. Especially I know many of us at least love to make tumblers. So I really wanted to make sure that you had the option to have a tumbler gift box. Catherine says, why do you use chipboard? Is it reinforcement? You know, what is the purpose of it? So it is to make it stronger. So when this box is filled with cookies, as it is, if it didn't have that reinforcement, it might like just not hold up as well, right? The chipboard really, really strengthens it and reinforces it. You get, not only does it help the bottom, but it being inside the box also gives it structural integrity. So the chipboard helps your box be stronger and sturdier. Roberta says, do you have a cup of tea with honey? I need to get one. I can tell it's going to be a long weekend, and I'm going to need that. Lisa says, how fast does the glue dry? It's pretty quick. 5 minutes for like, you know, the first, you know, for an initial dry where you're not really repositioning it anymore, maybe even less. I've never timed it. It's pretty quick. I haven't timed it. I should time it, but it's pretty quick. Also, it does dry clear. I saw someone asking that question. Melody says, does it matter if you use the square blade or the perforated blade? Yeah, I would. That's a great question. I haven't used the perforated blade on scores. You totally could do that if you would like to. So just know that when you have the perforated blade, it'll put little perforations in there, so you may or may not want that. It all depends on the finished aesthetic that you're looking for. Let's see here. Elaine asks, what is the chipboard weight or thickness? I don't know off the top of my head. And our supply list, if you go to our supply list and you click the link that sends you to Amazon, it should tell you exactly what the weight and thickness is. So that's one of the nice things about having our stuff all linked to Amazon, is that there is a plethora of information on the products there that I don't necessarily remember or know because I don't make these things. I don't make these materials, right? I don't have them all. I can say that this is really normal chipboard. There's nothing special about it. You could just order regular chipboard and this is what you get. It's not thicker, thinner, or anything. They definitely do make thicker chipboard. I used to use it when I worked in a print shop many years ago, but I think it's like a special order or something. And also once we do that, we start getting into like some things that won't even cut in the Cricut. So I'm not directing you to any of that. Marie says, where are the step-by-step directions? They're in this video. You can replay this video afterwards so that you can get all of the directions. So there you go. How we do? Oh, we're just about time to wrap up so we can get started on our next workshop. But if I didn't answer your questions, because I want to, don't worry. Please, please, please come to our Cricut Crafters group at jennifermaker.com/Cricut Crafters, and we would be more than happy to help you out. So please let us know there so that we can, because seriously, we love to help and support you. Now our next workshop is on the Cricut Foil Home Decor, and it's coming up at the top of the hour. You can learn more about our next workshop and look over its full supply list at jennifermaker.com/411. So let's take a break. I'm going to switch over to our next project, the foil project. Go get yourself a drink, take a little potty break, whatever you need. We will meet right back here in the same live stream for our next session. And I'll attempt to put on a different set of trivia this time. Because last time it was the same one as this morning. I don't have that many different trivia. Sorry, everybody. I'm going to try it. I think I have a different one. I'm going to try that one. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make beautiful Cricut Foil Home Decor projects. And I see we have some glare. Let me fix that so that you can see these. There we go. Aren't they beautiful? Let me give you a close-up of these. Oops, I have my name still on the screen. Let me fix that before we go back. I saw the name. Oh, it's gone there. Okay. You know what? A big old name showing up at the top. Okay. These are our beautiful Cricut Foil Home Decor projects. Look at how they shine, aren't they? So lovely. Of course, you can do them in different colors. There's one. Here's another one. I just want you to see how gorgeous these are. Aren't they amazing? And there's a fourth one. We have 4 designs. And here you can make them smaller too. Here's a, grab this. Sorry. And you can do these on the Cricut Joy. I absolutely love foil projects. There's just something about them that gives off an elegant touch and shine, don't you think? I mean, really, it's so pretty. I've been wanting to design something to add to my home decor collection, and I was inspired by my friend Nick's foil mandala art, and I just had to take advantage of how beautiful the foil looks. And I think that the Cricut Foil Home Decor project is just perfect for this, especially this kind of foil. I foiled and framed these mandala designs, but you could also use these 4 mandalas in any way you desire, of course. Our design for this project was influenced by my friend Nick's foil mandala art. He pioneered this particular style of layered and framed foil mandala, which inspired our own designs. And I asked him if it was okay, and he said yes too. So you can get his gorgeous mandalas over at thebeardedhousewife.com. While you're there, check out his other amazing designs. He is so talented, and I love his work. I just love how they turned out, and they look awesome, and I love how they look in a frame. You could also make these mandalas as gifts for your loved ones this year. And the best part is that this is not a gift that's going to break your bank. It's really just paper and some foil. It's a win-win if you ask me. I also love that you can make this home decor project as big or as small as you want, and it will look equally beautiful. So whether you decide to frame your foil mandala art and make it a focus, or put it on an accent wall, or simply create smaller versions for small accent in your home like this, they will look stunning. And Cricut Joy users, you can make a small size mandala too. Everyone can join in on the fun on this one. Another cool thing you can do is change the color of the foil. I mean, these look beautiful when they match them with the colors of your home or whoever you're giving to their home, right? I've got both gold and silver here. Now in this workshop, I'm going to show you how to make the eye-catching foiled and framed mandalas using your Cricut machine. This home decor project is perfect for crafters of all skill levels and only requires a few materials. Now, the materials that you need for this project are all in my complete supply list, which is over at jennifermaker.com/411. It's on the screen there. But let me show you exactly what you need to make these foiled beauties. Everything is in my dream box. Let's go grab it. Got my tote here. All right, let's make some space. And we'll go through everything together first. The foil, of course. So let's get some things out here so I can show you, and I'll show you everything up close. So many goodies. Okay. First, the foil. I'll put our link away so we can see everything. So we're using the Cricut foil, and I use both the 12 by 12 inch sheets and the Joy sized sheets, these right here, along with the Cricut foil transfer kits, which you can get for either the Maker or Explorer. The same one fits in both, or for the Cricut Joy. So everyone can make this awesome project. We'll also need cardstock. Let me get this cardstock out. I used 5 sheets of 12 by 12 inch, 65-pound solid core cardstock. I used black, white, brown, 3 different shades of brown, whatever colors you want, but the darker colors do seem to show off the foil better, just so you know. I used a frame, this frame. I'll try to show it to you without the glare. It's a 12 by 12 frame. It's really pretty, right? And I also used, for this project, glue. I'm using the Bearly Art Precision Craft Glue, which is my favorite glue. Works really well for this project. Now, you also, and this is a Cricut specific project. This is not one that you're going to want to do by hand. Like sometimes you can do our projects by hand, but this one is specifically for Cricut. So you can do this on the Cricut Maker, the Cricut Explore, or the Cricut Joy, right? So we're going to use the foiling tip. Get that in there, shot so you can see it. The foiling tip for this, we're going to do this. So you can use all three of them for this, and I think that makes a lot of fun. The Joy foiling tip is new this year. So other things that we might like to have that are useful are a paper trimmer, which I've got over here to show you, a brayer, some rubbing alcohol, and a lint-free cloth. And I'm just using a coffee filter because I don't know if you all know this, but coffee filters, which are really inexpensive, are lint-free. So they work great for that. What we use this for is for cleaning our glass. You don't want to put together a beautiful project with fingerprints on the inside of your glass, right? Alrighty, so those are our tools. So you can see it's not really a lot of stuff that we need. Some of these things are definitely optional. You don't necessarily have to have a paper cutter. I just used it in my tutorial. All right, and this, by the way, this here is the tape that comes in the foiling kit with Cricut. So they provide the tape, use the tape that they give you, okay? It is designed to work with both cardstock and their foiling sheets. Other tape may not work as well, okay? So, and it's also reusable, so you can use it, you don't have to throw it away after you do it, so keep it, put it back on your sheet or whatever when you're done, okay? And those are all the things that we need to make this. So now let me show you where to find the free design files, my foil mandalas. They're so pretty that I'm going to show you how to foil and how to frame them. Step 1, get my free foil home decor designs. First, let's get the foiling files for this project. Go to jennifermaker.com/411 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. And then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 411 and then click it to download a zip file with SVG files for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, DXF files, and printable PDFs for cutting by hand. I've created 4 designs for this collection. In the SVG folder, you'll see 4 independent designs and one that creates all of the mandalas on one sheet. To begin, upload the SVG design that you want to Cricut Design Space. If you're unsure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload files. I'm going to upload the Mandala 4 file. You can follow these steps for the other designs too. Just add the file to your canvas. Step 2. Prepare your foil design. Here's what my foil design looks like on the Cricut Design Space canvas. You can zoom out to see everything by clicking on the minus sign on the lower left. The proportions of the designs are important, so make it at this size while you learn my tips for foiling success. After some practice, you can try making different sizes. The bottom layer is the background. The next one includes the foil design, which will adjust and attach to the previous layer. The upper layers will be cut out of cardstock to create the decorative frames. Right now, Cricut Design Space thinks we want to cut all of the layers. Since we want to foil the main design, we need to change the operation for that layer. So with the design selected, click Ungroup to work with the layers independently. Select the mandala design layer. Click the field under Operation and click Foil to show the tool's choices, and then select Bold. Note that if you're doing this in the iOS or the Android app, you're not going to see foil as an option. Foiling can only be done in the Cricut Design Space for desktop application. Now the layer thumbnail has changed to an outline and the description has changed from basic cut to bold foil. If we tried to make the design now, the foil lines would just be placed randomly on a new mat, but we want to center it precisely on a square mat so the other layers can stack with it correctly. Hold the Shift key and select both the foil and bottom layers in the Layers panel. Then click Attach at the bottom of the panel. The newly attached layers will jump to the foreground, but everything else is still there behind them. If you want to see the layers in order, click the Arrange menu and then select Send to Back. I have set the layers to cut in different colors to keep them straight, but you can change any you like using the color box at the top. Step 3. Foil and cut your design. When you're ready to make the project, make sure you have the right machine selected and click Make It. If you're prompted, click On Mat 12 by 12 and Continue. On the Prepare screen, make sure your foil layer is correctly attached in the middle of the square, then click Continue. And on the Make screen, click on the mat with foil to make it first. Some of your material settings will be lighter than normal. If you click on one, you'll get a warning that the material isn't compatible with the design. That's how Cricut Design Space helps you pick a material that will work with the operations in your design. I think that's super helpful. When you're ready, click OK. Set your material to light cardstock. If that isn't visible, click Browse Materials and search for light. Again, you'll see that compatible is underlined, so the setting will work. Select the result and click Done. Leave the pressure set to default and check the box next to Remember Material Settings to save time. Now the designs have a specific orientation, so let's make them easier to organize. If the cardstock has an obvious front with a pattern or texture, stack the pieces face down in the order they'll go in the back of the frame. Mine will go from light to dark. Write a T in pencil on the back of each, about 1.5 inches from the top and in the center. We'll make the layer with the foiling first. Be sure your green standard grip machine mat is clean to get the best foil transfer. I have lots of awesome tips over at jennifermaker.com/how-to-clean-Cricut-mat. Place the cardstock on the mat with the T face down at the top. Use a brayer to really secure the cardstock to the mat. In Cricut Design Space, under the second step, there are prompts for which tools you'll need and in which order. To prepare your foil tool, you'll need the housing and the bold tip, which has 3 stripes on it. Press down the housing's top plunger with one hand and put the tip's plain end in the opening. The set is magnetic, so it will slide right into position. Follow the prompts to put the foil housing in the clamp indicated. Then place the foil sheet color side up over the design area and hold one edge in place using the included tape. Make sure there are no creases and don't let the foil stick to the mat. Smooth the foil, but don't pull it too tight. Then tape down the opposite edge. Add tape to the other edges too. Check your screen to ensure the tape won't interfere with the design lines and adjust if you need to. The tape will keep the foil from transferring, but more on that later. Load your mat into your Cricut and press the flashing button to run the foil operation. Remember, keep an eye on the machine so the connection stays strong. When the foiling is done, don't unload the machine mat. We want to remove the foil first. Gently peel back a corner of the tape and slowly pull the foil off the cardstock. Isn't that just so pretty? I love the gold on black. It looks so classy. Once the foil is removed, we need to switch our tools. Follow the screen prompts to put your fine point blade into clamp B. And press the arrow button to start the cut. And then unload the mat. Flip the mat over and peel it back to gently release the cardstock. For the mats that are just cardstock, make sure your fine point blade is clean and in the right clamp. Place the cardstock on the machine mat with the pencil T face down at the top. Cut the cardstock and remove the materials just like the foil layer. After removing the cardstock from the mat, place them back in order using the T marks to keep them all in the same orientation. Step 4. Assemble your layers. Place the frame face down with the top at the correct orientation. Open the back of your frame and remove any protective coverings from the clear plastic. Use the T marks that you placed on the cardstock before cutting to make sure all the layers are oriented correctly. Then place them in the frame, ending with the foiled sheet. Hold them in place and check from the front that they look right. Once you know the mats are correct, lift out all but the front piece. Add glue to each corner on the back and then carefully place the next layer on top, face down. Repeat for the rest of the layers, making sure everything lines up. Replace the back mat and the frame backing and enjoy your beautiful foiled project. All right, so let's talk about troubleshooting the foil tool. The foil transfer kit is a fun way to add sparkle to your projects, but you'll get the best results with testing, patience, and the right project. I did a lot of experimenting with the foil tool for this project, so here are some of my best secrets for success. First, you want to understand the tool, its capabilities, and its limitations. A good way to learn about different tools and design styles is to find related projects in Cricut Design Space. Just click the projects icon and search for foil transfer. As you look at the projects, notice that most use single lines of foil instead of large spaces, and some lines aren't totally consistent, even in the official Cricut photos. That's the nature of this technique, not a mistake. And that's because the foil tip follows the lines of the design one at a time, so it's not really possible to fill in a large space very smoothly. You can put lines close together to transfer more of the foil in a section, but the space will still be filled with individual lines, not a solid coating of foil, right? Foiling on the Cricut is not the same as using gold leaf or coloring with metallic markers, but it's not supposed to be either. For that reason, I usually think of the foil tool as an accent instead of the main attraction in designs. These mandalas are a happy exception to that rule. Now, the foiling tools are different for the Cricut Maker and Explorer machines and the Cricut Joy, so don't pick up the wrong product. And when you're working on a foiling project in Cricut Design Space, make sure you set the correct machine before you start so the menu options fit your Cricut's abilities. The big machines get 3 different tool tips to work with: fine, medium, and bold. Changing the tip width is the easiest way to adjust a foil design. As you can see from my example image, there's definitely a difference between them. To set the tool tip size, just click the Operation drop-down menu, scroll down to Foil, and pick your preference from the window. The line won't look very different on the canvas for each tool weight, but you can see the selected tip for an object over in the Layers panel. And yes, Cricut Joy machines can foil too. However, the Cricut Joy Foil Transfer Kit only has one tool tip, so you can experiment with different widths. So when you set a layer to foil, you might get an error if you're working with the Joy. If that happens, don't worry. Just use the Operation menu to select Foil again, and the layer will get set to the proper setting. All right, how about some tips for application of foil? Putting the foil on your material can be a challenge. So I recommend you use a foil piece big enough to cover the design with enough room left over to apply the tape to hold it in place on the paper. The transfer will not work correctly if the design's lines need to go over the tape, so make sure the tape is out of the way. But you also don't want to use too big of a foil sheet. If it touches the sticky area of your mat, the foil will transfer and ruin your mat in that spot. If you can't seem to get the right size of foil for your project, try covering the nearby mat with extra material or painter's tape to protect it. Getting the foil sheet application right is important, and it does take some practice. For the best result, use the special tape that comes with the foil transfer kit, which is specially designed to hold the foil while being easy to remove from cardstock. I like to lay the material flat and tape one side, making sure the foil stays flat but without pulling the material. For the opposite side, just lay the tape down to cover the edge of the foil and then pat it down. Now, it's not like wrapping a present where you want to pull the paper as you secure the tape. If you pull the foil too tight, it could tear. Then, tape the other two sides using the same technique. When you're done, remove the tape slowly to avoid tearing the top layer of the paper. And don't throw away that tape after the first use because it's totally reusable. Foil transfer sheets and tools are a bit different than other Cricut materials. The foil is held together with a plastic coating, kind of like iron-on vinyl with its clear liner. That's why you can place the foil with the color side up and the dull side touching the paper. The color is covered by the clear liner. The foiling tool tips are actually similar to a heat press. The tip presses down on the clear liner, which activates the dull side to transfer the shiny foil flecks to the cardstock. Then when you remove the transfer sheet, you can see how the liner stays intact, but is missing the flecks where the tip pressed them into the paper. All right, let's talk about inconsistent lines. Even single line designs can be a little hit or miss on some foiling projects. There are so many variables in foil transferring, but I found several ways to improve my results. Paper quality and texture has a huge impact on foiling projects. I've had the best results using Recollection's 65-pound paper. Every Cricut is different though, so test out what you have. You might find a new favorite. If you use a textured cardstock, it may influence how much of the foil transfers to the surface. I prefer to work with really smooth cardstock, so there's one less variable in my project. On the other hand, some people love textured cardstock with their foiling. If you want to get a really rustic or weathered look, you could try using heavily textured paper to see how it goes. And sometimes just changing the tooltip size will improve your results. I had trouble with this design using the fine foil tip, but once I switched it to the bold tip, it came out much nicer. And adjusting your pressure can also help. I had the most consistent results with more pressure, especially with heavier cardstock. However, increasing the pressure does create a deeper impression in the paper. Sometimes it can even lead to a scored look, which might not be what you had in mind. It's definitely best to try test with different levels of pressure on the material that you want to use. We don't need to start that over. So I see so many questions here. So I'm going to go through all the questions, answer everything that you have about this. I need to get back to my notes because I forgot that I had some notes I wanted to share with you. In the meantime, I'll ask a question. Kay says, do I have to calibrate my machine before I use the foil transfer tool? No, you do not have to calibrate. There's no calibration for the foil transfer tool at all, so that's not necessary. Cheryl says, is it better to use smooth cardstock rather than textured? I know I just answered that in the video, but yes, I find the foil transfers better to the smooth. I have also had people tell me that they like the textured better. I think it's a matter of personal preference, like what we like and how we like the look. All right, let's see. Tina says, can you foil on other materials besides cardstock? Yes, you can. You can foil on faux leather. My friend Amy Romeo, she makes the most awesome Cricut jewelry. And she has several tutorials on how to foil on Cricut faux leather to make super cute earrings. You could also make bookmarks, lots of really cool things. Lynn wants to know if this foil product, Cricut's foil product, is a heat transfer. It is not. This is pressure transfer, not heat transfer. There's other foiling products on the market. I can't remember what they're called. I've heard people talk about them. I haven't used them, but they use heat to transfer it. But this is pressure, not heat. So that's important to know. Debbie says the foil looks so loose. How do you know how tight to make the foil? Some of it is just using it for a while and getting a feel for it. But like I showed in the video, you don't want it to be super tight, right? Where you can like see the line stretched. That's when you know it's too tight. If you see a bunch of lines and it's really straining on your mat, it's too tight. You want it to look as flat as you can get it. That's kind of the goal there. Christine says, I noticed that one of the outside petals of the mandala is not foiled completely. Yes, great eye, Christine. Will that always happen? No, but results can be inconsistent. There's so many factors. So no, it won't always happen. It's definitely there. And all of these have it. Let's see if we can find it in one of ours. Here. I'm going to switch over so you can look at it. So you can see how well these came out. I see right here, you can see a little inconsistency here, maybe a little bit. Otherwise, everything appears to have transferred. This one is amazing and beautiful. I don't spot any issues in this one. Nope. Is this the one that I can see a little inconsistency right here? Can you see that? Otherwise, maybe a tiny little bit right there, a little bit right here. So, this happens. And this is I see a little bit right here on this one. I don't normally point out all the issues, but you did ask. Like, this is a handmade, homemade product, right? We have to remember that. I don't believe in striving for perfection. I don't want you to either. But yes, so sometimes it did come out perfect and sometimes it didn't. And that's what we've observed when we do this. But like, it's 99.9% amazing. So I did see a question about whether you could fix that if you wanted to. I didn't try to fix it. You could try. I saw someone ask if you could use like the scoring stylus and like press on it by hand, and I think that you could do it, but I didn't try it. So you could try. I would love to know if it works for you. You should let us know in our Cricut Crafters group if it works. That would be really useful. Christina says, instead of glue, can we use the mini dots? Yes, you can, but your layers will have that shadow box effect. So if you want that layered look with the shadows, go for it. If you don't want it, you don't use that. You want them up close next to each other. We chose to do ours close together, but you could totally do shadow, the layered look if you want. Beth says, could you do the mandalas using Cricut adhesive foil roll? No, not these mandalas. These mandalas are intended to be either foiled or drawn with a pen. So if you want to do these in another way, you could use the pen to make gorgeous cards and artwork and everything like that. Like if you don't have the foil or don't want to do it or whatever. So, but it will not work for vinyl or the foil, like the party foil stuff, because it is just a line. It's not an outline of a line. It is a line that's intended to be used with the stylus, either the foil transfer tool or a pen, so it's intended to be like a single point that just draws it. So Deborah says, will heat activated foil work? If you have heat activated foil and a tool, I don't see why it wouldn't. Go for it. Try it. Let us know how it worked out. Share your photos with us. We'd love to see them. Sharon says, The quick swap tool, can it be used with all the tips? No, it cannot. The quick swap tool is only for the scoring tips and the perforation tip and the wavy line tip and a couple others, not the foil tip. The foil tip is in its own housing. It's the blue housing. Let me show you again what it looks like. So this is the Explorer and Maker version. You can see it's blue housing, so that's not the quick swap housing. These will not go into it, right? So this has its own special housing. All right. Oops, I think I just pressed the wrong thing. What did I just press? Are we still live? I think I have no idea what I just pressed. I don't know. I have a bunch of buttons down here, and sometimes I press the wrong button. This is live video. Mistakes happen. All right, how do you tell which layer is the foil layer? So the foil layer is the one with all the lines, right? I'll just hop over to Cricut Design Space right now. I have it open on my screen. There we go. So here, this is the project that we're doing. So this one right here is the one that we're going to foil. I've already set it to foil and attached it, but this is our foil layer. It's got all of the lines on it. So that's the one you want to look for. The ones that have these outlines here, those are the layers to make, your frame around it, your stacked layers. So you're looking for this one. Now this one will look a little different before you change it to foil. Let's detach everything, and let's change the color on this one so you can get a better idea for what it mostly looks like. So it'll look something like this when you bring it in, right? You saw it looks a little funky. What it looks like will depend on which mandala you're using, of course. So you want to look for this one right here, select that one and change it to foil. And we're using the bold tip and on the Maker and Explorer. And then you want to be sure to also attach it to the layer below. So we select both. We hold down the Shift key to select both. That's important. And then we click attach, just like this. And we can send this to the back by going to Arrange, Send to Back. And now everything is in order and ready for us to foil. So there we go. And let me go back to my questions. Hopefully that was helpful. Kay says, do you need to move the star wheels over to each side? Yes, you do. Otherwise, they might transfer your foil to your sheet. So move your star wheels over. The funny thing is that I typically move my star wheels over and then never move them back. I tend to forget about it because I moved them initially and I never really had to have them to work again. I mean, everyone's machine's a little different, right? But I just keep them over there. I don't even need my star wheels. Vicky says, if you have a smaller design, do you cut the foil or just load the full sheet? So I think it's better to cut your foil to be slightly larger in your design rather than use the full sheet because of tension, right? So we're taping it down. We can't stick it down like we can everything else on our mats. We have to tape it. And so if you're just doing a tiny design and you put that full sheet on there, you've got all the tension, but you're only foiling in one corner, right? And I think it's not the best way to do it. Plus, why use all your foil, right? So cut it out a little bigger than your design. Check your mat, your design on your mat to see exactly where it is and tape it down to that. Heidi says, did you use the bold setting for all 4 designs? Yes, because I love the bold tip the most because it's bold. I mean, come on, look at it. It's so pretty. You can see it. So you're welcome to use the bold, medium, light, the light tip if you are fine. I forget what it's called, fine tip if you want, but it doesn't transfer as much foil, so I don't think it looks as cool. But if you like it, that look, that's totally fine too. Sunshine says, do you really have to choose the tip since you are manually putting in the tip? That is a great question. No, you don't. It can't tell. So I don't think that it can tell. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it can't. Nope. It doesn't. It's not one of the ones with the gears, so it can't tell. So yeah, you don't have to, but it helps you to visualize it. And I always teach, with the right colors and the right, when we same for pen. When you put a pen in, your Cricut doesn't know that you have red and marker, but what you actually are showing on the screen is orange fine tip, right? It doesn't know, but seeing it helps us visualize how it will look, and it sets our expectations for what we should get when we're done. So I always teach it that way, but you don't have to. Mercedes says, how do you foil and cut like poinsettia edges? That would be really, really beautiful. You would need to design that, or find a design that has like an outline for the leaves, the veins on the poinsettia. And so actually I have a poinsettia that has score lines for the veins. So you would just change those score lines to be foil instead of score, and then use the foil tip to put it on there. So you could totally do that. That would actually be beautiful. What a great idea. Diane says, if you don't have a 12 by 12 sheet of foil, can you use 2 smaller size sheets? I wouldn't look good. The only time you'd want to do something, because they wouldn't meet properly in the middle. It would probably also get dragged and torn up. So I think that would be a recipe for a disaster. The only time you could do that is if you were making like 4 individual elements, and each of these is a small piece of foil, right? That would be okay, I think, but not a big one like this one. You would definitely want the full 12 by 12 sheet for this one. Wendy asks, if you mess up the foil layer, can you just redo that one? Redo it again? It'll be tricky to get your Cricut your mat to load in exactly the right spot to get the foil to not be a slightly offset. Might still look okay. Might look kind of awesome. In fact, you should try it. You probably could do it if you're okay with it just being a little bit off. It would be fine, but it would depend on your design too. It might look fine with this design, but it might not with another one. Renee wants to confirm that this can be done on the Explorer, and it totally can. You can do it on the Maker, and we've got 2 makers here. You can do it on the Maker, you could do it on the Explorer, and you can do it on the Cricut. All of them can do foiling. All of the current Cricut models, there's 5 of them, they can all use the foil tip. There's just different tips for different machines. One of them is for the Explorer and Maker, and one of them is for the Joy. So make sure you get the right one for your machine. They're not interchangeable. Let's see here. Tammy says, if you lose one of your foil transfer tips for the Maker, can you buy a replacement for it? Or do you have to purchase an entire new kit? As far as I know, you have to get an entire new kit. I don't think that they sell just the little tips. Sorry, Tammy. I'm sure that's a bummer. Tina says, can you foil? Oops, I got that one. Sorry. Colleen says, can you use a stylus to write on foil in your own handwriting? I've never tried it. It's a cool idea. You should give it a try. I think the key would be to make sure it's taped down really well. You'd have to have consistent pressure. I don't know how hard it would be. It wouldn't be normal handwriting pressure, though. I know that. Teresa says, is the rest of the foil that you used, is that for the trash, or can you reuse it? If it's a substantial enough piece, you can totally cut it and put it into your scrap bin and use it, yes. If it's just like the part where you saw that I had already, the foil had transferred, you're not gonna be able to reuse that again. It won't work. You would wanna safely dispose of that. Sid says, instead of glue, would the double-sided tape work? Yes, totally. Just be sure that you check your alignment, because that's important when you put together your frame over your mandala, right? Also, the tape is going to grab it right away, so you don't want to oops, and then pull it off and then mess up your paper, right? So just make sure you got it all in place before you use double-sided tape, definitely. Glenda says, why leave wrinkles in the foil? If the foil is too tight, it will, it's just more likely to rip and tear, right? So those of you who I saw in the comments, a few people say they're having issues with it tearing, that could definitely be one of the reasons. You just got it too tight. So you want it to be as flat as you can get it. Wrinkles don't cause issues. It just goes right over them. It's not a big deal. I also saw another question here. Someone said that, I don't remember which machine it was, but it was working okay on one machine and not the other. It was tearing on the other. So remember that your material setting matters, right? So if let's say it's your maker, I think it was the maker, and it was tearing the foil. So choose a lighter, a less thicker material so that it's got less pressure, because if it's tearing, it probably has too much pressure, right? That's probably the issue. So reduce your material setting to something lighter, copy paper or whatever, right? Something pretty thin, and see if that does a better job. And of course you can go into your custom settings and, reduce the pressure. You can do a bunch of things in custom material settings. Tina says, could you turn your signature into an SVG and do it that way? Yes, you can. That would be super cool. Totally. That would look amazing on like holiday cards, wouldn't it? Like your signature and foil. If you were willing to do all of your holiday cards like that, it would be really cool. Yes. And you could totally put them onto your mat and then position your signature in just the right spot for your card. If you didn't make your cards. If you're making your cards, you just make it part of your design. That would be really neat. Chris says, can you make like the snowman's face with foil in different sizes? For example, make the nose bold and the eyes and mouth medium. Would it need to be a contour design? So as long as each piece of your design can be selected separately, you can change each one and put each one in a different color, totally. And then you can change the tip for each one, right? So you could have the snowman's eyes be black, and that would be your bold tip, and then you could have a different color for a different one. So yes, you could do that. Honestly though, I don't think the differences are enough to make it worth all of that effort, right? But hey, maybe that's what you would like. So I don't know. You can try it though, absolutely. Let's see here. Al Thorman says, what happens if you forget to remove the foil before cutting that layer? Yeah, that happens to all of us, I think. So if you do that, the foil layer will cut with the cardstock, and it might leave foil marks where you don't want them. So, and it might just also, it could also jam your machine, right? So if that foil comes loose during the cutting and gets like kind of caught up in the rollers, it might, I don't know. It's happened before. What I did when I noticed that I did that is I paused it. I used the pause button on my Cricut. We all know where this is, right? So pause button right here. We all see this, right? I used the pause button and I fixed it. Like, oops, I forgot to take off my foil. All right. Let's see. Isabel says, what size of foil point tip do you recommend for this type of project? I use the fine point, and after the Cricut missed some lines on I recommend the bold point. I pretty much always use the bold tip on my foiling projects because they're not usually really dainty. I like big, awesome, bold things. So I will always start with the bold, and if I think it's too bold, I'll switch it. That's actually true for pens too. I almost never use like the extra fine point tip pen. I like it. I like to see what I'm doing. I don't like it to be lost or anything like that. Let's see. I have time for one more question. Cheryl says, is it better to use smooth cardstock rather than textured, or can you use the textured side with no issues? I feel like it transfers better to smooth cardstock because it's got a smooth surface for the foil to transfer to. You can use the texture, just be aware that you might be able to see that texture through your foil, and that might give you a less clean appearance, right? Maybe you like that. It entirely depends on the project. All right, so before we go, I just need to give you one more look at these awesome projects so that you can see how pretty they are. For those of you who might have missed it too. I mean, look at how lovely that foiling is. And this one is done on the Explorer Maker, but remember we have Joy-sized versions, so the Joy can do this project as well. Imagine making these in colors that you like, or imagine using the pen to make these mandalas, right? You don't have to foil. You could use the pen, and it would be amazing. Seriously, they're so pretty. All right, if I didn't answer your question, because I know I couldn't get to all of them, watch the replay because there was tons of stuff in there. If the replay doesn't answer your question, please ask over in our Cricut Crafters group at jennifermaker.com/CricutCrafters. It's an awesome place, tons of helpful people, inspiration, and we can help you out there. Now, our next session is our Lunch and Learn session, where you're going to get some help and advice on how to find joy through crafting with the amazing Lia Griffith, plus some wonderful giveaways at the end. Our workshops will resume after lunch at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break because we got to get set up for the Lunch and Learn. We'll start it right at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So get yourself some lunch and hang out with me. I'll be eating my lunch too. You're not going to see me eat it, but we're going to watch Lia together and we're going to learn some amazing things. Okay, so I'll see you back here. We'll stay in this same stream and it'll start at 1 o'clock, so about 15 minutes from now, and have lunch together. And then again, just so you know, just for anyone who just deciding to skip the lunch, know that the workshops are going to start in a different stream. So what I'll do after the Lunch and Learn is we'll actually switch over to a different stream because there's like streaming limits for time. So we'll switch over and so that you know this. So if you get lost, be sure to check the schedule for the links or go to this link that you see right here, makeracademy.com/weekend links, which by the way is where you can find all the things. Go there and you will get the links to our live stream. So you can always find us there. jennifermaker.com/livestream is your key, right? If you're ever lost. Okay? Thank you all so much. I love reading your comments. I've been reading them this whole time. So the Lunch and Learn will begin at the top of the hour. It's lunchtime, and that means it's time for our Lunch and Learn session. In our first Lunch and Learn, we're going to dive into how to find joy through crafting with Lia Griffith. I've got my lunch. I'm very hungry, so it smells so good. It's chicken pot pie. It's made by Kevin, and I think his wife Heidi. Thank you so much for making this. So I hope that you can enjoy your lunch while you listen to this amazing talk between Lia and I about finding joy through crafting. All right, so I'll see you afterwards. Enjoy. Welcome to our first Lunch and Learn, where we dive into topics that matter to makers. Today, I am so delighted to introduce Lia Griffith. Lia is an internationally renowned designer, author, and visionary who inspires millions to reconnect with their creativity every day. Lia is here with us to talk about finding joy through crafting. Thank you so much for joining us, Lia. It is such a treat to have you with us.
Thank you for inviting me. I am so happy to be here. It's great to finally meet you and talk to another creative who lives all the way across the country.
I'm so excited. As I was telling you before we started recording, I really just did this as a chance to meet you. Because
I love it.
I have been following you since I really got interested in Pinterest, which would be around 2016. And I found your paper flowers back then on Pinterest, and I was instantly captivated by their beauty and continue to be. And I know that many of those who are watching today also feel that way. So I want to know, how did you first come to make your very first paper flower?
Okay, now just to let the people watching know, we didn't practice this conversation, so you're kind of throwing them at me. So here we go. All right, so I'll try to make it brief. I was a graphic designer for most of my career,
trying to think,
and I was working for Xerox, the copy machine. So we were trying to create something new. I was designing their print samples. We were trying to create something new, and we were thinking, you know what? How about I make a paper dress out of the Xerox prints? So I did, and then I did a runway show, and then I made more, and some of my paper dresses started to include flowers. So that happened. Then I became a creative director for a wedding stationery company, and we wanted to start a blog about how to DIY your wedding, how to create your own, more personalized wedding. And I'm like, okay, these paper flowers that I make, how great would that be? So I started to break it down. How can I create a flower that someone else could reproduce easily and have a beautiful flower when they're not done, not get frustrated? Because a lot of times I would just kind of wing it. I would just cut and paste. Right. And so that's when I started developing all of the paper flower designs that we have now. And that was, I would say, that would have been like 2009, 2010.
Wow.
So it's been a while. Yeah, so that was my first paper flower, is the rose that's made out of just like cardstock, or print paper, like a lightweight paper.
Right.
And I still love that rose. I have it on my mantle in my house in a little frame.
Do you teach people how to make that rose at your site?
I do. Yeah. Yes, we do. I think there's actually a little free version that you can download.
That's awesome.
So we can give you the link for that.
The rose that started it all.
Yes.
So how many paper flowers would you say that you've made now at this point? Like,
if you want individual flowers, I have no idea. But as far as
how about designs, how many flowers have you designed?
So there's two different types of flowers that we work with. I do what I call frosted paper flowers, which is really where I started. And then crepe paper flowers came a couple years later when I was introduced to crepe paper. And now we have our own line. I would, man, I'm gonna have to guess, but I would say a couple hundred. And a funny thing is, this last week I've just been designing new flowers, so it's an ongoing thing. And here's the thing: the flower that I designed in 2013 for liagriffith.com, it's evolved. Like that flower is so primitive compared to what we're doing now. But I always try to keep in mind that the person who's making this flower might be a beginner. So how can I break it down so that they also can create it and have a beautiful result?
Right, absolutely. Now, we all love to make things, but for one reason or another, sometimes crafting is not just fun, like, or it's problematic, or we have problems. Do you ever experience anything like that, or is it just always smooth sailing for you?
Oh yeah. No, are you kidding me? You should see my trash bin. So full of projects that I'm like, nope, that didn't work. But I say this to my creative team. I wanted to mention that too. I'm not the only one now who designs flowers for liagriffith.com. I do have other creatives. Megan is one of the biggest designers for paper flowers here. Now, when you're running a business, you have to kind of spread it out.
That's right. You absolutely do.
Yeah, she does beautiful work. But one of the things that I tell my creatives is that being creative is like problem solving. And that's, when we're reinventing something new, or even if you're designing or you're making something from someone else's design, there's always that bit of problem solving. And rather than seeing it as a negative challenge, it's fun. It's a game. How can we solve this?
I agree, right? Absolutely. In fact, recent studies have shown that crafting can increase your happiness, lower your stress levels, and keep your mind sharp. Have you experienced anything like that when you're crafting?
Oh my goodness, I've been saying that all my life. It's an interesting path for me because I did grow up in a creative family, and it's just our DNA. It's what we do. My parents were both artists. We would sew our own clothing. We would, make our own home decor, whatever it might be. My mom was a potter. So it's kind of what I know, but part of the reason why I started my business in 2013, we're almost at 10 years, is I had this thing inside of me that said, okay, I know how to live creatively. I know how to create my own lifestyle that is creative. Handcraft your life has been kind of my tagline for a long time, is like, how can I teach other people how to bring that into their life, not just to, make a card to give to someone, but live in a lifestyle of creativity where, it becomes more of their own DNA. So.
Yes. So now you teach millions of students to make beautiful things through your YouTube channel and your Craft Academy over at liagriffith.com. So have you heard stories from your students about how crafting has changed their life?
All the time. And I have to say, that is what keeps us going. I always knew that to be the truth. It's, I just had that intuition. And then hearing back from people, especially in the last few years, people have more time on their hands. They don't know what to do. And I would say at least once a week, if not more, we'll get an email or a comment where people say, you know what, this saved me. I was depressed. I was having difficulty. And I started making paper flowers, and my husband can't believe how happy I am now. So we save those stories because that's what really warms our hearts. That's why we do what we do here.
I couldn't agree more, right? That's what gets me out of bed, helps me do the hard things, is knowing that it's making a difference and people are finding joy. We save all of those stories as well. We have a place that we put them so everyone in the team can see them and see that we're making a difference. But yes, I've heard of so many stories about how it helps with depression, it helps with just being reinvigorated in life, and all of those things.
Self-esteem. Self-esteem is another one. I feel like there's this, something happens in the brain when we are able to create something with our hands, which is tactile, and it's something that we don't do as much. Maybe we cook, but maybe crafting is not something that you're brought up with. But even cooking, when you make something with your hands and you've completed it, there's just something that happens to you where you have a little bit more self-esteem. It's beautiful. I agree.
And seeing that finished project, no matter how it looks, a lot of people will get frustrated that it's not somehow perfect. It's not like one of Lia's beautiful flowers, right? but still, you finished it. It's there. You can see it. You can touch it. Other people can see it. There's something really satisfying about doing that, right?
It really is.
Love that.
Yeah. When I teach, I am really mindful to repeat myself with this idea that it doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, nothing in nature is perfect.
That's right.
That
flowers
imperfection.
Are not perfect, right?
Exactly. Yes. And if anyone's not feeling good about their flower, please go back and look at some of my early flowers from 2013, 14, 15, and you'll be like, oh, mine looks as good as that. So, it's just taken practice for us, just
Right.
like anybody.
Right,
Uh-huh.
I agree. Now, I think some people may think that crafting is a lonely pursuit, as many of us are alone in our craft rooms or just sitting here by ourselves while we're working. But does it have to be that way? Do you think there are ways that crafting can help us find community?
Yes, absolutely. There's two parts to that I want to hit on. First of all, for me, I'm a little bit of an introvert, and I know I would say at least 50% of the people are, right?
Totally.
And I feel like these last 2 years, because we were sort of forced into an introversion, for me, I was like, oh, wow, this feels really good. Now, do I want to stay that introverted forever? No. But there is something really beautiful about being able to be by yourself and to love spending time alone. And so having that time to craft and being by yourself is such a healthy way to, really build up your own, well-being. And then having that solid foundation of knowing who you are, introducing yourself back into community. And then so the second part is community, creative community. That is something that it's our number one focus this year, is to expand our creative community by having a platform that's off mainstream social media, that's more, I would say, a safer environment for everyone.
Right.
So yes, community, and not only online. I mean, right now a lot of us are still online because that's where we need to be, but there is something really important about face-to-face community. So bring your girlfriends over, have a little craft night. Absolutely.
Yes.
We need that.
I agree. I think that things like your classes can bring people together even when they're not able to get together in person. So that, I think, is a big deal. And also, I think that whenever we make something for someone else, we're sharing a little bit of our heart, a little bit of our personal soul, and that can also help us connect with other people, right? So there's a lot about crafting, even if we're in our room by ourselves for a fair amount of that can help us connect. Right? I find I am a huge introvert. I'm very shy and very introverted. And I'm quite content most of the time to be alone. But that doesn't mean I don't need that connection with people. And just in my own way.
I support you with that thought on the gifting of crafts. I think that especially people who also craft, when you give them a gift that you've made, they get it. They get they understand, the depth of kind of your soul. You put your heart into this project.
Right.
And, that was something that I was raised with. For years and years, I have 3 older sisters. Every Christmas, we could only give handmade gifts. That was how we rolled.
That was like the rule, you mean. So you can go to the store and buy something, you had to make it. I love that.
You had to make it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
But it's giving someone a part of your heart when you make something for them. I
Absolutely. And you mentioned, especially when you give it to someone else who makes things so they appreciate it. That's a very good, I think a lot of people struggle with that. They put a lot of time into it, and whoever their recipient is just doesn't get it. So bestowing our gifts upon those who can appreciate them helps. Right?
It does. Not to say, even if they don't appreciate it, I think the act of making it is valuable. Yes.
Now, Lia, you often talk about reconnecting with the creative spirit. Can you tell me more about what that means?
Yeah. So, this is something that I've been talking about for quite some time, and I'm now in my 50s, so I've been around for a while. I'll just throw it out there.
We should be absolutely proud of it. I'm 53.
Yeah.
I am so proud of my age.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, so am I. So you look amazing, by the way. So I feel like, and I can only speak for my generation and what I've noticed, because I know it's different for younger generations, but I feel like as I was growing up in a creative environment, but I looked around and noticed that everything was becoming a little less hands-on, and especially now with technology becoming more and more part of our lives, there's something really missing about that tactile engagement, of actually touching, feeling, making with our hands. And I feel as though there is part of our souls that when we're not creating, it becomes really stagnant. And that when we actually pick up and make something, and we kind of touched on this a little earlier, it sparks something awake inside of us.
I absolutely agree. I think that we're born creative. And I know that if you take a bunch of kids, stick them in a room when they're young, give them some crayons, they will make art. It is in our nature to make things, to whatever it is, right? Like, I know that I am happiest literally when I'm making something. It doesn't matter what it is. I tend to like make really nerdy, gifty things that no one really ever sees. That's like my favorite thing to make. No one ever, those don't go on Instagram. They're just my little things I make at home, and they make me so happy to just be creating a thing and then see this thing I made, and it fills me with joy. It truly does.
It really does. And you know, going back to the kids too, that's another place that I have a lot of, I don't know, my heart is feeling it deeply, and that is how it seems as though art programs are being taken out of schools, and there's less creativity, you know, offered for children. And that's something that, you know, the team and I have talked a lot about, wanting to really get involved with, maybe setting up a nonprofit for this, or something that we can assist in getting craft materials and teaching into kids'
That would
lives.
be amazing. And I so agree. And it's so important that children have access to this, you know, and using their hands and making things. It's a big deal. It truly is.
And learning how to problem solve. Like, think about that. Yeah.
That is, like, when you make something, it doesn't just snap into existence. You have to figure it out. Even when you're following like one of your amazing classes or tutorials, there are things that we have to figure out, right? It's just the nature of it. And it really is about problem solving. And I really think it keeps your mind sharp. I know that I'm always like, I don't have to worry about this for a long time, because I'm constantly trying to figure things out, right? Like, I feel like sharp as a tack, I'll tell you.
It does
Maybe
keep our mind
other
sharp.
areas of my life that aren't so great, but this one is great.
I love it.
All right, so now I know that one of the things you love is crepe paper. I brought some of the crepe paper that I had at home. I have had I actually discovered it on my own, like at Joann's one day, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I know who this is, and this looks like real, honest to goodness, amazing crepe paper. So I have a bunch of it here, and you make the most amazing, breathtakingly beautiful paper flowers from it. I want to know how you discovered that crepe paper would be so amazing for flowers, because it's like, it brings a whole new dimension to them.
It does. I still love my frosted paper flowers. I think there's something very sculptural about them, but the crepe paper brings a realism that, you know, frosted paper can't. So, you know, crepe paper, I first tried crepe paper with just a very inexpensive Chinese made crepe paper that didn't have a lot of body, it didn't have a lot of crinkle, and I was kind of like, meh, whatever, I don't care for it. And then someone sent me some crepe paper that was the Italian crepe paper, and I tried that, and I really liked it, and I actually ended up making a few videos for that company to show how to make flowers from their paper. And I liked it, and I was starting to get involved, and then I was contacted by the German company, which is actually it's an American-owned company, but they have their factory in Germany. And they contacted me and said, hey, we have this crepe paper, we really want you to try it out. And I'm like, sure, send it over. And that's when I was mind blown, because not only did it have the similar crepe paper that I had used, that was the Italian made, which is absolutely gorgeous, which I call heavy crepe paper. There's also this extra fine crepe paper that's so refined and thin and beautiful and almost transparent. And then there's the double-sided crepe paper that to me it's very velvety. So that combination of the three, I found you can just blow it out of the water. And again, make flowers and templates that anyone could make. You don't have to be a fine-tuned artist to make this flower. You can be a beginner and it will work.
Yes. So a lot of people think crepe paper is what you might find, I don't know, at the Hallmark store. Do we still have Hallmark stores? But you know what I mean. The streamers, right? They think that's crepe paper. So I would actually love for you to explain to everybody really what crepe paper is, so that they can get the
Okay.
difference.
Yes. So crepe paper is a fine paper. It's not quite as thin as tissue paper, but it's a thin paper. It goes through a machine. I've actually been to the factory in Germany. It goes through a machine, and the machine compacts it together and makes a very small zigzag crepe. They also dip it and dye it as well. So what happens is that you can move the crepe paper and stretch it. You know, here I can bring this one here. So here, this is heavy crepe paper. So you can actually move the crepe paper and stretch it and form it and make it shape like a petal.
Right.
So this was initially made for florists, where they would, this particular crepe paper, the Italian and the German, where they would use them to wrap their bouquets. So it would be just a crinkled paper to wrap up bouquets. Yes. So then, back in, I would say, what is it, the late 1800s, 1920 era, people started making crepe paper flowers, and they would start to make crepe paper costumes even for children. And there's books on these.
That's
I have a bunch
right.
of.
I have
Yes.
seen those.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
So I like to think that crepe paper flowers, it's kind of a vintage craft. It's something we used the term crepe paper revival for quite some time, when it was just becoming popular again, the crepe paper flower making. So I would say in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you've seen an explosion of crepe paper flower making, and there's some amazing artists out there who do an incredible job. So that's kind of the background of it. And I do tell people there's 2 main factories that make the best crepe paper, and that would be the Italian factory and then the German factory. Other than that, unless it's a children's craft, don't even bother. The rest, there's some made in Mexico and some made in, of course, China. Those crepe papers are just not the same. The quality is not the same. It's not going to make your gorgeous bespoke flowers. So
Right. And
yeah.
it's amazing. So I have made a number of flowers with them, and I like to take them out into the garden and like put them with my other flowers.
I
and
saw
take
that.
Pictures.
I love it.
And then people are like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. And I like, can you tell the difference? You can't, can you? They're amazing.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. So there is something about the paper, and it's not just, I think once you have the paper, having the right templates and then learning how to manipulate the paper.
That's
There's
right.
so many different techniques. Yeah.
That's right. And that is where you are a master. And in fact, you, I hear, are going to be teaching a master class on crepe paper flowers. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. This is our second round of this master class.
Okay.
We filmed the first one 2 years ago and released it. What was it? January 2020 was our first crepe paper flower master class. It was so popular. Everyone sold out. I can't remember exactly how many times we released it a year, but I'm going to guess 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So eight times. And it has been our most popular class. However, we evolve. And what I was teaching 2 years ago, we actually have some new materials, we have some new things that we use, some new tools. So I said, okay, we have to retire this one and refilm it, because we have to keep it updated and fresh for what we're actually really doing in the studio. So yes, this is round 2, and it's even better. I'm so excited about this class. Yeah.
That is so awesome. So everyone, you've heard it here first. Leah is going to teach you everything you need to know about making crepe paper flowers. So even if you've already made some, I highly recommend learning, especially from the master. Oh my goodness, those are beautiful.
Yeah.
And those are those the flowers that they're going to learn in the master class?
Yes, and it's very strategic. It's not about the flower itself. I'm teaching different types of centers, different types of crepe paper weights. So it's very strategic on making sure everything that I teach in this class will carry you forward into your crepe paper flower making. And I have to tell you, a lot of our students who come and take this class are actually quite advanced. They've been, making flowers for a few years, and they say, oh man, I learned so much. There are great tips in there. And a lot of them take it more than once. So we've had a lot of repeats on this class.
I'm not surprised. So it's not, so you're not just saying, okay, we're going to make this flower. But you're teaching techniques and a good groundwork for like things that can be applied to other parts of your crafting as well. I am sure you are. You are an amazing teacher.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's, I never thought, growing up when I was a little girl, oh, I want to be a teacher someday. I wanted to be an artist, right? But now at this point in my life, I think my skill is I'm a teacher. That is what I do.
It's funny you say that. So I never thought I could be a teacher either. My daughter and I just was never really able to teach her. And so I'm like, I'm a terrible teacher. And then one day I started teaching adults. That was actually the turning point for me. And
Yeah.
over the years, I'm like, oh, I guess I am a teacher now.
Yeah.
But I love it. I love teaching. It is so rewarding. I love seeing people learn how to do things, and you are just one of the best ones there is. I've always been inspired by you. So I want everyone who's listening to know that you can sign up for Lia's masterclass, the link that you see on your screen, which is over at liagriffith.com. And we're also going to be awarding one lucky winner a scholarship to her masterclass. So be sure that you stay tuned afterwards, because we're going to be awarding that. I'm super excited to see who wins it. Yay, and see what you do with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I wanted to say one quick thing about this bouquet. It looks very refined, in my opinion. I think it does.
It does, absolutely.
Here,
it's
let
gorgeous.
me pull out a flower here. So you can see all the detail on this flower. But someone might look at this and say, oh my goodness, that's so much, I don't think I can do it. Oh, I will teach you how to do this. And I will break it down into small bite-sized pieces. So beginners, yes, you will have a flower that looks very similar to this. So I just want to encourage everyone.
Have no doubt. As far as I'm concerned, you are the queen of paper flowers.
Thank you.
Are. Yes, absolutely. All right. But I want to wrap up, but I want to know if there's anything else that you'd like to share with our viewers about crafting, or anything that you do, or anything like that at all.
I think what I have noticed, and some of the responses that we've heard from our members is, I bought a pack of crepe paper, but I'm so afraid to cut into it. It makes me really nervous. This is something we hear a lot.
Yes.
And I really want to encourage people, even if you go onto our site, or even on our YouTube channel, where we're putting out a new video once a month that's free on YouTube. So go check that out. I just did a maple leaf that we just released a month or so ago. That's really beautiful and simple, and it's made out of heavy crepe paper. Even if you just try one small thing, just give it a go, and
yes,
you will be amazed. Yes,
I agree. I also hear that I'm afraid to use my materials. I'm afraid to use my tools.
Yes.
It is that's us. That is basically us failing before we ever. It's an instant failure if you're afraid and you don't use them. So don't do that.
Yes.
Please use your materials, use your tools. Look to people that know what they're doing, like Lia, to guide you. That's the best thing. I found that really makes a difference, right?
I think that our goal in doing these quick little short videos on YouTube is to encourage people to take that leap. Like what I try to do in a video is break it down so simply that you can have the courage to take that first step into crafting. And once you do, watch out. It's addictive.
It
in
is.
a good way.
Your videos are beautiful. They're so well done. I love them.
Thank you.
I hear from many people in my community about how they love your videos, and you have so many designs. Like I was on your site earlier, and I saw there was like over 2,000 or something like that. Is that right?
Yes, there are right now, currently. I mean, we've kind of flexed. I started out by myself, 10 years ago. It's just me. Now there's 4 of us on the creative team that create projects. I actually do less than they do. So there's 4 people creating new projects every month, and we actually release a collection of 18 projects on the 1st of every month. And It includes all different materials, whether it be crepe paper. We do a lot of felt and fiber, and cutting files, SVG cut files, things like that. So we really try to give something for everybody.
Yes. So now you have your Craft Academy. So is that part of your Craft Academy?
I would say that there's 2 parts to Lia Griffith. We have, our membership side, where we do this release of 18 projects a month, and we do a whole collection. There's a theme to it. It's a lot of fun. So that's where the crafters really get involved in creating new projects. And then we also have our Craft Academy, where I have all of our really important videos. We have different categories of videos over there. Some are more of a skill video where I'll teach you how to laminate crepe paper or how to do stem wraps. So just very bite-sized skills. We even have one on how to make felt stuffies. So all the details to make a felt stuffy. Right?
I love stuffies, yes. And you make the cutest ones. We're working on one right now. It's a fox. And so I was doing some research. And look at all of Leah's amazing cute stuffies.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that would be Krista. Krista is one of the designers who does,
Awesome.
She's our queen of cuteness. Yeah. And then we have these really saturated advanced classes, like the master classes. I wouldn't call them advanced for advanced crafters, but they actually last a whole month.
They dive deep into a topic. That's what you mean, right?
Exactly. Yes, they dive deep. So we have that. And then of course, don't forget, we also have our shop, which is Felt Paper Scissors. And we are expanding that in such a big way where anything you need to make this craft, you can get it here, because sometimes it's, you know how it is. Sometimes it's really hard to source things.
It is. It is.
The links will be broken. The store will stop selling it.
I know,
so yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations on that and expanding your store. That is really, really cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so now I know our viewers are going to want to follow you, if they don't already, for more inspiration and education. So where would you like them to follow you?
Well, we have different social media. We have our Instagram, which is at Lia Griffith. We're starting to do a lot more reels. Is that what they're called? Reels? So yes. Instagram, we're doing a reel every day. We have our TikTok, of course, so follow us over there. And then YouTube, where we have not only our videos, but we do shorts as well.
That's wonderful. Leah, this has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for gracing us with your joy and sharing your passion with us. I'm so happy that we finally got a chance to chat like this.
I am too, and I'm going to come up and visit you.
You should. Ann Arbor is amazing. You should. All right, it's time for us to switch over to our afternoon live stream. Did you love that or not? It was amazing, wasn't it? Leah is so cool. She is such an inspiration to me, and I think to many of you too. I've been reading your comments in the chat. She's amazing. So also, I apologize for the hot mic in the beginning. It happened so many times last year. I've done so many things to try to fix it, but in the end, it happens in live video. So I apologize. We caught it right away, and I appreciate you letting us know. So I also have like a big sticky note over there to try to watch it. So I'm keeping an eye on it too. But I appreciate your grace and patience with us. Live video is always a challenge. All right, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to switch to that afternoon stream, because I have to break it into two parts, because while I would love to just stream in one session all day, it doesn't really work that way, right? It's a kind of like thing. After a while, things will start to get weird. Plus, people would like to see the replays before, not have to wait to the end of the day. So what I've done is we have made a link for you. It is at jennifermaker.com/Friday afternoon. Let me just double check that I've got that correct. jennifermaker.com/Friday afternoon, correct. Or you can also go to jennifermaker.com/livestream. Either of those two links will take you to a new video where we will begin. So I'm going to close this one, and I have to do some little tech stuff on my end. And so I won't start right away, so don't be surprised if you're over there and it says waiting. Okay, so I'll be over there as soon as I can, and then we have giveaways before we start our next workshop. So everyone feels good? In the comments, let me know you understand that we're going to a new session. In fact, I even set up, like if you're watching this in the YouTube video, it should actually show that one to you next. It'll be like show up in a box. Fingers crossed that it does. Technology is always fun. So jennifermaker.com/Friday afternoon, no spaces, no dashes, just Friday afternoon, or jennifermaker.com/livestream. And then also, if you want to watch any of the morning workshops, as soon as this one ends, you'll be able to watch the replay. So this video will be available to you. And right after I finished my lunch, I went and I put the link into the schedule. So you should be able to find it there as well. So yes, we're all good. Did no one's missed prizes? We're going to do them in just a moment. Okay. I'm ending this live stream and I'll see you over there in a few minutes. Bye and thank you.